Assemblymember Reginald Jones Sawyer,
Here.
Dr. Javon Scott Lewis,
Present.
Don Tamaki,
Here.
Councilmember Monica Montgomery Sept.
Here.
There are 9 members of the task force, and the number needed for a quorum is 5. There are 9 task force members present. Madam Chair, a quorum has been reestablished.
Thank you, Ms. Belton. We will now move to agenda item number 10, which is the continuance of my comments, welcome comments. Thank you, members of the task force and members of the public. Welcome to the second day of the First in the Nation California Reparations Task Force September hearing, whereby we have been discussing in depth topics related to the transatlantic slave trade, the institution of slavery, and today where we will discuss the impetus and implications of the Great Migrations. On behalf of the task force, we would like to thank those that provided expert and personal testimony at yesterday's hearing, and we are looking forward to hearing our speakers today. I'd also like to remind the task force that Ms. Dorothea Johnson, the parliamentarian, is present and available during the meeting should any members have questions about procedure, and to remind task force members that we can take action utilizing Robert Rules of Procedure. So from a review of the agenda, you can see that it is a full agenda. So to ensure that we complete it during the time allocated, we will need to make sure that we follow the timeline established. To help keep us on time, I am asking each of us to be mindful, and I will remind us as well if we start to fall behind. We anticipate a fair number of comments from the members of the public, which is scheduled for 1 hour, beginning at 9:06 and will end at 10:06. In the event that a similar happening happens today, that happened yesterday, right? We will continue on with the agenda and allow for members of the public to continue to give public comment through the notice period. So again, welcome, and we will now move forward to agenda item number 11, public comment. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aisha Martin Walton. I am with the Department of Justice, Civil Rights Enforcement Section, and we are now moving to public comment. Public comment will be for 1 hour. Each individual is limited to 3 minutes. At the 3-minute mark, your microphone will be turned off and you will not be able to turn it back on. However, there will be 7 more public meetings, and we welcome everyone in the community to make comments in the future. You may also submit written comments at any time via email at reparationstaskforce@doj.ca.gov. I will now turn it over to my colleague, Trini Hurtado, who will explain the technical process for you. Trini?
Good morning. To participate in public comment, please use the raised hand function. You can find that button on the upper right-hand side of the screen on the sidebar. There is a shape of a hand. Once you click on that, it will prompt a raised hand feature. On our end, we will accept your raised hand, then you will get a notification at the top center of your screen to continue. You will have to click continue, and once you're accepted and brought into the meeting as a presenter, you will be automatically muted. Once it is your turn to comment, you will be unmuted and you will have 3 minutes to speak. At the end of your comment or at the 3-minute mark, you will be muted and drop back down to attendee. We will accept the raised hand feature as they come in. Once the person in front of you is done speaking, I will say your name to prompt you and you may begin speaking. Please note that there is a 20-second delay between the attendee and presenter mode. So keep that in mind as you're being promoted to presenter mode to provide public comment. And I have the first commenter. Angela Nirvana, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can I be heard right now?
Yes, we can hear you.
So much. My name is Angela Nirvana, and I thank you for allowing me to speak. As an educated woman whose experience of institutional systemic racism is lived, not perceived, I found some parts of yesterday's meeting to be highly, highly offensive. I couldn't sleep. Why is it when it comes to some of us who are educated, we are so far removed from the grassroots that we've actually convinced ourselves that the majority of us will spend our reparations on Kentucky Fried Chicken? And even if we did, in the words of Jesus, what's that to you? This kind of sentiment for those who benefited from our affirmative action is unconscionable. You see, you can't have it both ways. We can't be smart enough to pull ourselves up by our bootless straps since our emancipation, and too ignorant to learn financial literacy, which is a part of our reparations demand. We're not just demanding cash repair, we have a whole Black agenda. As for how long it will take to repair us, that's not our fault. Had our 40 acres and a mule not been given to white folks by way of the Homestead Act for 93 years, had we not been lynched and burned out of our Black Wall Streets all over the country, we wouldn't be here. It is not our fault the debt is so high. We're being lynched to this day by the egregious legislation or lack thereof that has afforded white folks and immigrants to share in over $100 trillion in household income, while 90% of us share less than $700 billion since COVID. And our ancestors' heinous chattel slavery was the seed money. The reparations I'm fighting for is for slavery, Jim Crow, and accrued ongoing systemic racism, oppression, and disadvantage in the country our ancestors built with their lives. Unakin to the benign neglect belief of our elected officials, anti-Black racist sentiment is the backbone of America, and we don't have enforced protections. And slavery still exists in the South. Check out the Cotton Picking Troop documentary on Prime and be mortified. Stop telling us you don't have the money to repair us when I see this government giving away our reparations in the trillions on incessant wars, COVID relief, and to make immigrants comfortable while giving us Juneteenth and hip hop holidays. Check out the New York Times bestseller, The Deficit Myth. And by one of the presenters' own international law definition of reparations, what happened in Evanston, Illinois was a housing voucher at best, with so much red tape attached to it. I don't know if the 16 recipients were able to use it. I show up here like a second job to ensure that doesn't happen here. As for the chat being turned off because of alleged anti-Semitic remarks, if you can put a man on the moon, you can get a moderator for this chat or change your application. We are tired of these racist biases against our voices being muted via your inbox, while other groups have free reign to attack us publicly, physically, and verbally. To all of us on this call today, let me help you.
Angela, thank you so much that your time your time is up. Thank you so much for your 3-minute presentation. If you have additional comments, please feel free to email us at the reparationstaskforce@dlj.ca.gov. Thank you so much for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Tiffany Quarles, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so good morning. My name is Tiffany Quarles, and I'm representing a coalition for a just and equitable California. I am from South Central Los Angeles, and I am a Black American descendant of U.S. freedmen. Both sides of my family came to South Los Angeles in the 1940s from Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, and Florida to escape the horrors of the Jim Crow South, hoping to find more opportunities and a better life in California. My paternal grandfather and maternal great-grandfather both served in World War II and worked on an old naval yard in San Pedro and Vallejo like many Black American men. In spite of their brave service, they still had to deal with segregation, discrimination, and terrorism in their new homes in California. And I remember hearing my great-grandmother tell stories of how she couldn't live past Lawson Boulevard due to residential segregation. Because of this discrimination, many Black servicemen, like the men in my family, were denied the GI Bill, and thus the California dream, which stole billions of dollars worth of wealth from our community. California must right the wrongs of its own Jim Crow past and restore the wealth to Black Californians who descend from U.S. slavery, who are still dealing with the ramifications of unjust policies like residential segregation, and California not being a sanctuary for us, and not being a sanctuary for Black American migrants from the South, especially Black servicemen who came to California for a better life. Thank you, and that concludes my comment.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Davenport Law, You are now unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
I'm a master mason. I'm free, 100% protected by our American government. Why? Although my skin complexion look as it does, my origin, ethnicity is American. Therefore, I have all my rights. As I build community with others, I teach them what I know. Thank you for allowing me to travel through your minds today. I hope I leave you changed. I am an American descendant of slavery. That's ADOS. Know this, if this committee continues to discriminate against ADOS, you are like the heinous governor that you told the story of yesterday. The tricks of our oppressors will seep into your minds, and while you seek to advocate for one group, you will simultaneously discriminate on me and my community. That's unacceptable. Stop now. Thank you. God bless you. ADOS leads the way. I respectfully request an ADOS subcommittee or committee as applicable, and we're not going away. ADOS is here now. God bless you. God bless America.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Michael Harris, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Well, greetings, y'all. My name is Michael Harris, Black son of the West, born here in this great state of California, place called Sacramento. And, you know, the work that y'all doing, I mean, it's God's work. And Pastor, I'm gonna preach to you for a minute, because in Genesis 15, chapter 12 to 14 verses speaks of a people in a strange land that was not their own. 400 years of enslavement and affliction. And God is going to do the judging. What y'all going to decide is the first time in these United States that the notion that we as a people is being discussed in a way that is quantified, documented. The parliamentary, you do an amazing job. Department of Justice, both here in California and in Washington, D.C., is going to be looking at this work very closely. So this month is International Underground Railroad Network to Freedom Month. Next month is Ma'afa Awareness Month. And right now, as we speak, the Natural Resource Agency, California Parks and Rec is showcasing the need to distort, disrespect, and destroy the legacy of people of African descent along the California Gold Rush, Coloma Road, where the African founding father owned 35,521 acres, where the towns of Negro Bar and Negro Hill still come to life. And this year, because there's no water in the lake, everybody can see what's underneath Folsom Lake. Should you leave and venture 25 miles from the state capitol and see where the graves once said unknown moved from Nigger Hill by the U.S. government. And we spent 15 years to remove that. And now we have to fight again to preserve the Negro. And this was Mexico, where the governor was a man of African descent. And I could go on all day, but the work that you're doing and the source documents that, and I love saying this, Attorney Holder, you know, the work that y'all are documenting will last for 7 generations to come. And we all will be served well by the collective wisdom you discern from the people of the great state of California. I thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker, please.
Friday Jones, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, hold on. I'm clicking the wrong buttons here. Okay, so good morning. My name is Friday Jones. Okay, good morning. My name is Friday Jones. I am Constance Jones Muhammad. I'm a city commissioner for Mayor Garcetti's Los Angeles Reparations Task Force. I'm the co-chair of the National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants and the local Los Angeles chapter. And our local chapter is a member of the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. My family is from North and South Carolina. Three of my four grandparents are from the descendant community, and all were part of the Great Migration North. John Burgess's testimony was so moving yesterday that instead of talking about my family at length, I want to present remedies and potential expert witnesses for consideration. I hope the Department of Justice will track expert witnesses as proposed by the public, and that the task force members will support public recommendations to ensure political enfranchisement for the descendant beneficiaries. The state could endow and establish HBCUs for the descendant community that include business grants up to $25,000 after graduation. In Southern California or the Mid-Coast, there could be a farming, wine like the new Sonoma State School, cannabis, urban farming methods like Curtis Stone, the microgreen farmer, and agri-tech like DuPont, Corteva, merging tech and farming, creating land incubators for graduates that want to be farm operators after graduation, waiving state cannabis licensing fees. There could be a school in Sacramento to focus on political sciences, political law, campaign finance, governmental accounting. In Los Angeles, there could be a film production finance distribution school with production accounting, business management, music, sports, and entertainment law, and talent management. Dual track high schools for descendant curriculum mandating either college AP classes or trade training for all junior and seniors that allows high school graduates to enter college as juniors, cutting financial burden, and to graduate with a licensed degree from high school in something like real estate, cosmetology, insurance, C-Tech, welding, Google certification. I have a K through 12 plan, which I will mail. And as far as recommendations, Dr. Stacy Smith from the USC Annenberg Inclusion Initiative, Bricks and Diamond, Director of the Black House Foundation, Kendall Mentor, Attorney, Board of Directors for Sound Exchange, Counsel at Green Spoon, Martyr LLP, Zola Mashariki, Head of Audible Studios for Amazon, Khadija Sharif, Dream Card, Esquire, Chairwoman for the Black Entertainment Sports Lawyers Association, and Senior VP of Business Affairs at ABC News and Walt Disney. A quote by Stephen Covey, begin with the end in mind. I hope you consider these recommendations. Happy birthday to my grandmother and my Uncle Mike. They're in the record. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Next speaker, please.
Maurice Pryor, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. Thank you to the task force members and expert witness for your hard work and contribution. My name is Sharice Cryer. I'm a second generation Angelino and direct descendant of American slavery. I've been a practicing attorney since 2006, licensed in Massachusetts from 2006 to 2011, currently licensed in California and New York. My question and comment is directed at the DOJ because it seems that my comments after the July meeting were ignored. At least one of the expert witnesses yesterday described potential legal challenges to a state reparations bill, referenced international law. There's already precedent in the US for reparations. The perfect example is Holocaust victims or their families who still receive payments from Treasury Department and the preceding congressional bill and executive order. Simple answer to a legal challenge is the state of California can contribute to a reparations super fund under HR 40. The super fund has been written on extensively, and I spoke on the topic during CLE panels for the Beverly Hills and Alameda County Bar Associations. At least one of those sessions is available on YouTube. I submitted those comments last month to the DOJ. Is the DOJ taking into account public comments? Finally, it was mentioned that previous reparations recipients claimed their settlement was not enough. The amount America oath to the descendants of American slavery is not agreed upon by anyone, when the debt is repaid, it will never be enough, but that is irrelevant. And I like to encourage the task force to focus on the ultimate goal, cash payments and policy change. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Kevin Harbor, you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted.
First of all, I'd like to thank you all for convening this meeting. It's near and dear to my heart. I want to say a special shout out to Camila Moore. We go back a ways, about 10 years. When she was a president of Black Student Alliance at UCLA, I'm a past president of UCLA Black Alumni. Assemblymember Reggie Jones Sawyer, my fraternity brother, Kappa Alpha Psi, over 40 years of friendship and brotherhood. And Senator Bradford, working on public policy here in Los Angeles. I am a Los Angeles businessman and volunteer for the last 40 years in different aspects of our community. And this has something, it's really near and dear to my heart. My great-grandfather was a son of a man who was captured in Africa and brought here in chains and forced to work against his will. My great-grandfather was born and learned herbal medicine. He saved his money, bought 1,000 acres of land in Texas, and was forced off that land by the Ku Klux Klan under gunfire. He was a migrant farm worker for 20 years and faced all kinds of atrocities during that period, but was able to save money and bought land in Manteca, California. And I came from that bloodline. Later, we learned that oil was discovered on my grandfather's land. That was never shared with us. We went to court to try to get it back. We could not get it back. You know, the issues that have plagued our people still continue to exist. And when you look at trying to build generational wealth, you know, we, instead of being employees, education, going into business, owning property in a house, and the latest, the digital divide, are areas that are near and dear to my heart. So I'm here to say that I'm willing to help, I'm willing to mentor, I'm willing to strategize and do whatever I can to help push this mission forward. And that's all I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments today. Our next speaker, please.
Hold on just a second.
Okay.
Cash Gaines, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Thank y'all for having me. Yeah, my name is Cash Gaines. It's actually short for Kashif Gaines. I was born in Chicago. My family, you know, being influenced by the Nation of Islam and stuff, not to have a name that existed based on America, but came before America. My dad joined the Navy when I was very young, just 2 years old, and we moved to California. So I've always felt myself to be a Californian. I grew up on a giant base in Alameda, and then in Southern California, Chula Vista, Escondido, San Diego, you know, dealing with eviction, so on and so forth, and then divorce and, you know, ending up in Texas. But just, you know, a long walk to say I consider myself a Californian. Another thing I want to say is a very big salute to anyone who's a part of reparations. I do see it as the solution for the Black community in modern day, especially to those of our community who are in this task force. You know, a big hug, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, to Mr. Tamaki, a deep bow. Reparations, I understand, is nuanced. I know that there are people who argue for 800 credit score resets for all Black Americans, tax exemption, lump sum payments, policy change, exclusive rights over industry, our lineage being researched correctly, right, with actual funding behind it. It needs to be yes and. I just want to start by saying that. For me, I'm only here really to speak and present to the committee that land and direct cash payments is very important to me and my community, to me and my generation. Y'all know me from before when I said that we want our 40 acres in a Tesla. To tell you the truth, because of the internet, we don't realize that the Homestead Act was giving white folks 160 to 500 acres per family. So it needs to be 40 acres per person now. We're adding tax. We're supposed to negotiate from a place of power. And we're adding interest for pain and suffering, to tell you the truth. I wanted to submit to the committee that there's Oregon, which has suggested reparations in lifetime payments of $123,000 a year. So in my mind, by the way, that's Senate Bill 619. In my mind, I'm immediately assuming that California has to go higher than that because of the access it has to wealth with its economy, for what was built there, the gold rush, the things that we've heard mentioned in the last couple of days. So one thing that I really want to focus in on, though, other than the lifetime payments, other than the six-figure number, and that I would assume California would be way bigger, is that they worded about being tax-free, that it can't be taxed by city, county, or municipal taxes, that it can't be subject to garnishment from wages. If you guys could take a look at it, that would help us, I think, in wording the California one. And one other thing I wanted to say, I heard the word surveys mentioned. That made me flinch when I heard that, because Evanston, Illinois, they passed out a survey that gave you a either or approach. Do you want housing as your reparations, or increased healthcare access, or we don't want that for our reparations? I can't stress that enough. We need to be able to check as many boxes for issues that affected us as possible. And again, California is the mass incarceration state. California is a major redlining state. And then you mentioned the gold rush. And if I have some space and time left, I'd like to just shout out the mayors who are behind moremayors.org, who are suggesting pilot programs for reparations in their respective cities, who are supporting the federal reparations claim, which is estimated at $6.2 quadrillion, thanks to Thomas Kramer, and to them supporting Black-led organizations being at the forefront for suggesting how those pilot programs are paid out. Thank you guys again for the space and time. Freedom.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. Our next speaker, please.
Jahara Amen, you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted.
Blessed morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Blessed morning, Sister Chair Moore, Vice Chair Reverend Dr. Brown, and distinguished members of the Reparations Task Force. First, giving honor and praise to our divine creator of and in all, and beloved ancestors from yesterday and literally yesteryear as well. Since prior to the first meeting of this body in June of this year, I, as a life member, past national male co-chair, and current acting West Region representative of our National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, and other California residents, have been advocating for Saturday sessions. It appears that DOJ staff and possibly some task force members have not only completely rejected this more than fair request, but in fact doubled, rather tripled down as by holding back-to-back weekday meetings this month and scheduled other back-to-back weekday meetings in October and December. Allow me to ask as respectfully as I can, is it more important to accommodate the schedules of paid DOJ staff, or should we be doing all that is necessary to involve, educate, and hear from as many of our community elders, families, youth, students, and constituents that this task force was supposedly set up to serve? Again, I propose these critical sessions and testimonials be held on Saturdays. Furthermore, our INCOBRA, which has been organizing, educating, and unifying our people for reparations across the United States for the past 3.5 decades, would like to be an integral part of the outreach effort being subcontracted out to the Ralph Bunche Center at UCLA. We can be reached at incobrawest@gmail.com. We thank you for your service. May God continue to guide and bless you all. Free the land, free them all. Reparations right now.
Thank you so very much for your comments today. Do we have another speaker, Trini?
Yes, Marcus Champion, you have been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning again. I want to again thank the task force members for the work that you do. My name is Marcus Champion. I'm a board member of NAASD LA as well as CJEC. and I'm a native Californian, born and raised in Inglewood, California. After my mother came here from Florida, and my father came here in the Great Migration, after he had to leave in the middle of the night with my grandparents and my aunts and uncles because the Klan was coming to kill him and my uncle. So I wanted to speak today about the Department of Justice. What I saw yesterday was actually quite disturbing to me as a person who does this grassroots work on the ground. It seems to me that the Department of Justice is trying to drive this process versus be a resource to the task force members. The suggestion of having a Saturday meeting in order to get the public fully involved should not be an unreasonable request, but it seemed as though there was a lot of pushback from the DOJ with that. And being someone who's on the ground, who's spoken to constituents up and down this state, I can tell you that the public is not aware of what's going on. That's why we have less than 60 attendees on this meeting right now. So the Department of Justice needs to be more amiable in terms of trying to work with the task force members to work with the community to get this done, because this is a monumental task. This is reparations. Also, I wanted to talk about a request that the DOJ re-examine the Bagley-Keene Act to try and facilitate a better working environment in this remote hybrid COVID environment. With our group meeting with the task force members, one of the comments they made was, in a regular open meeting, you can talk with each other, you get to know each other, you get to learn each other better. But in this remote COVID environment, you can't do that. Everybody, you click on, you click off, and that's it. So I would ask the DOJ to re-examine Bagley-Keene and see if there's any possibility of amending it to allow the task force members to better do their work. Lastly, I wanted to talk about, in reference to one of the speakers yesterday, Professor Roy Brooks, we don't want just atonement. We don't want boarding schools. My colleague Angela Nirvana spoke earlier about how insulting it was to reference KFC, but to offer a solution of boarding schools. Why would a solution to reparations, to the atrocities that have happened to us for hundreds of years in this country, be to separate our children from their parents? So I would say that that's not a proper solution. I understand that Professor Brooks is an academic, but that is not the way. And again, I wanted to thank the task force for what you guys do. I want to thank you for the monumental task that you've taken up. It's not easy work. And so everyone have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Champion. Our next speaker, please.
Naomi Waters, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Naomi Waters. Thank you for allowing me to share the urgency to safeguard student educational rights and reparations with you today. I come to you wearing many hats. I am the chair of the Racial Justice Now campaign for the UC Student Association, and I also claim membership of the African Black Coalition. Perhaps more importantly, I come to you as a student. I'm currently a student in the UC system and previously of the CSU. As a former student organizer of the CSU, I can say firsthand the needs and present circumstances that affect Black students and have systematically shunned them and met them with hostility. The UC proves to be no different. This is not a CSU problem or a UC problem. This is a state of California problem. A pattern of apathy has emerged. The stabbing of Chico State student, first Black student body president in 2010, highlighted the ineptitude to safeguard Black lives and allow the death of Chico State student leader Mark Thompson, found in a burnt-out car in the early mornings of 2015. Numerous incidents of police violence, far too many and sordid to mention here, to recount in this short time, along with several instances against the Black students that have materialized in both the CSU and the UC campuses through police violence and racialized hate, have yet to been mitigated. But the most stirring example of racial hate and police terror manifested in 2017 with the murder of Josiah Lawson at my former campus of Humboldt State University. Josiah was stabbed to death by a white partygoer who was quote unquote trying to retrieve a stolen cell phone later found on their own person. As Josiah lay mortally wounded, instead of rendering life-saving aid to Mr. Lawson, the campus authorities who responded first determined crowd control was a better use of their resources. This is sadly yet succinctly captures the nature of student safety on our campuses. A harsher truth, higher education in California has failed Black students and will continue to do so. While the system is sympathetic to these accounts somewhat, campuses provide no actionable practices to address the lived realities of Black learners. And it's one thing to declare one's support for Black lives, yet another to safeguard those lives against the same modes of violence and animus on our very own campuses. I urge the body to explore the repercussions of hate and violence as on Black learners and their educational outcomes. I asked the task force to allow Black students from the CSU, the UC, and the CCC to discuss their particular grievances centered around access and equity at their institutions. I believe the student experience is vital to the conversation as our systems of higher education have failed to continue to address these concerns. Within the conversation of reparations, educational rights, and equity, this must be discussed. The University
I'm sorry, Ms. Waters, your time is up. We want to thank you so much for your comments today. And however, remember, you can add additional comments by email at reparationstaskforce@dlj.ca.gov or attend any of the 7 meetings that are upcoming. Thank you again so much. Our next speaker, please.
Nzinga Griffin, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I called yesterday. You couldn't hear me. Okay, thank you. Thank you to the task force and everyone for this hard job that you're doing. And I'm sure it's very difficult. I know yesterday was a very triggering day for me, having to listen to a lot of the statements and comments that were being made by the expert witnesses that you had here. So I just wanted to say this, a few things actually. One, I am ADOS. I am a native Californian, 3rd generation with 4th generation children here as well. My story is different from the victims that Cam Howard advocates for. We are a different group. We're a second group, and there must be demarcation between the groups. And the reason is because the economic impact of the harms are different based on each group, and therefore the debt owed to each group differs significantly. So we definitely want to make sure that ADOS is being advocated for. There should be at least hopefully some type of a subcommittee or additional committee here that advocates for ADOS, because I hear a lot of times when ADOS is brought up, people are saying things such as, there isn't anything that's been decided yet. We can wait till the end. Well, no, it should be decided now who these reparations are for. I think that was mentioned back in June, so I'm not sure why we're running away from this conversation. Another thing that concerns me is the DOJ excuse for disabling the chat. On the first meeting, the chat was enabled. I didn't see anything xenophobic. And who is DOJ? What scale are they using for this xenophobic or hate speech are they saying? Who's it? I was uncomfortable with all kinds of mentions of anti-Black American sentiments yesterday, anti-ADOS sentiments yesterday, but I still sat through and listened to this while doing my other things in life. So I'm not understanding why the chat would be canceled instead of just removing the person or moderated. The DOJ staff is a state staff, just like any other state staff. And I'm sure that they have duties where they can moderate a chat. I'm sure that they are able and capable of moderating a chat and removing people. They are very used to having stakeholder meetings where you have different people and different interests there. So let's do our job and let's make sure that this chat can be moderated and turned on so that the people who attend these meetings can have information shared back and forth, or whatever it is. If you feel that something is xenophobic, maybe the task force should come up with some type of a scale that grades this, because what you're saying is xenophobic may not be xenophobic to us.
Thank you. I'm so sorry to interrupt you in the middle of your sentence. Thank you so much for your comments, but we're out of time. And feel free to submit additional email comments to reparationstaskforce@doj.ca.gov. Thank you so much and have a good day. Our next speaker, please.
Kevin, you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm third, fourth generation, California, reparations over everything, protester, uh, survivor of the war on drugs here in California. I lost my mom to the war on drugs here in California, and I speak for American descendants of slavery, ADOS, specifically who's been targeted in America. When I went to prison, I was housed with Negroes, okay? These other people that we call people of color or whatever it is, they go to the other section, right? So when crimes and war was going on in California and killings, I lost family members here in California to the war on drugs. ADOS was the people. And we're having an event in Oakland, California at the lake called Crypto at the Lake, June 2022. We would like one of you guys or someone to come out and talk to the people. I think we should have billboards. I know someone's having some in Oakland tomorrow for reparations question and answer. If you guys can make it, I don't know what's this hiding on the internet stuff is doing. We need to get out and talk to the people. People need to know what's going on. And we want this specifically done for the American descendants of slavery. No one else. We're not fumbling the ball this time. So DOJ, please, let's get this specifically some kind of sub, committee or something for us. Because this California nightmare, on another thing I would like to add. How are we doing who qualifies? Because my birth certificate has the California stamp on it. I don't want no one coming from another state coming in on here. I think you should have been living in California 5 to 7 years, or you have the California stamp on your birth certificate, like I do. So that was my take on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments today. Our next speaker.
Amaru Young, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, my name is Amaru. I am a board member of ncj.org based in California, and I'm currently calling on behalf of my family members that are now living in California. Their ancestors unfortunately fled Kentucky during the early 1900s to escape the tyranny of lynching and state-sanctioned oppressive Jim Crow laws. Unfortunately, they had found that California was not as welcoming as thought. The same oppressive state-sanctioned Jim Crow laws of redlining followed them there. Also, we have to remember that children from the South were kidnapped from their family and taken out west to work under the racist apprentice system. They were never able to return and have little information on their family history. I'm asking that this task force take that into account when applying the requirements, as well as those that were displaced by gentrification and high prices of property rental and home ownership. I fully support Camilla Moore and hope that she is in the forefront of this great endeavor. Also, being from the state of Kentucky, I feel that it's very disingenuous for one of the panel members to quote the comedian Chris Rock when explaining his fear of how the Black American descendant of the child of slavery will spend their inheritance owed to them on Kentucky Fried Chicken. Last but not least, I appreciate the DOJ in attendance, but I would like for the DOJ to be more involved and forthcoming with information as requested by this task force. We, the Black American descendants of slavery, deserve full support from our government, as well as the correct designation. We are Black American descendants of child slavery, and the debt that is owed to our lineage. The question asked was, what does reparation look like? It looks like making us whole in the country from which we built and fought and died in every war that made this country great. From the denial of labor payment, the Homestead Act, the GI Bill, stolen intellectual property, benign neglect, war on blacks, mass incarceration as well. Direct cash payments and land grants, non-compete government contracts specifically for the Black American descendants of child slavery, according to the population percentage, also tax exemption. Also, we demand abolishment of the exception clause in the 13th Amendment. We are hoping that the great progressive state of California lead the way toward making the Black American descendants whole, and for the task force and all involved to understand that reparation is a check and more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments today. Trini, do we have another speaker?
Yes, we do. TAC, you have been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Good morning, committee. I am truly appreciative that you're giving me the time to speak in regarding the Great Migration, and I am truly grateful of the work that you guys are doing. You are definitely being challenged, and I think it's good because what's coming out of it, I believe, is going to help us as a Black community. Now, I like to talk basically about agreeing with everyone that stated before regarding lifetime payments as a part of reparations for our community is sorely needed, and it should be in the form of pensions that should not be taxable. I really do believe that in regarding genealogy, I think there were some great points. We are like a quilt. And I do not believe that anyone that is a Black descendant of chattel slavery should have to pay for the research to find their history. This is something that was destroyed by Europeans and continuously is destroyed. And that is why it should not have to come the burden that we now have to pay to find a history that has been destroyed for us. It should be paid by the state of California. That's just basic, it's fact, and it really should be done, and it can be done. Also, in regarding to the DOJ, we should meet people where they are. That's the whole purpose of why we formed this committee in reparations. DOJ is the politics, like Dr. Brown said, of smoke and mirrors. We have hearings, but they're at the inconvenient time when everybody is at work. Let me tell you, I work for a government agency. We had to learn, and we changed and we accommodated. We had parents that needed to be seen, and their hours were from 9 to 5. We knew that was not where the community was at. We changed and we shift the workers' hours from 5 to 8 p.m. so they can accommodate the community. So I know it can be done, and it should be done. This is what's owed and due to us. And guess what? You're not paying any overtime. So you can't tell me it cannot be done, because it can. We have to work at a space that where we feel our government institutions are working for us, not against us. I want to thank you guys very much, because impact must be effective. It must be effective. There's no purpose to have a meeting when nobody shows up. We know that. I think the ancestor spirits are speaking to some of you because you feel that innately also too. So I want to just thank you for the time. I really and truly feel that you guys are going to get this, because we need it, and you know we need it because you're feeling it in deep in your heart too. Some of those comments were very, very encouraging, that we know we have a group of people that are really looking out for the descendants of slavery. So thank you very much for that time.
Thank you so much for your comments today. Next speaker.
Chris L., you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you all. Good to see all of your lovely faces this morning. Thank you for your work, for the amazing work that you're doing. And I actually want to take off my hat right now as someone who is helping to lead, among many leaders, the Coalition for Just and Equitable California, CJEC, here all across the state of California. But before I do that, I actually do want to just plug the fact that we are holding our third California Reparations Task Force community meeting / Q&A / listening session. This is going to be our third talking directly to community members. We're going to do this one tomorrow in Oakland. It's at the 81st Avenue Library in Oakland from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. It's a Q&A. So if you're in the community and you're listening right now, you want to come and learn more about what's going on with respect to California reparations from folks who've been working on the ground for several years now to make this happen, please come through. It's free. We probably won't have a bunch of food because we're trying to protect you guys from COVID and stuff, but we'll have water. So come on and let's talk about California reparations. So I want to talk about a little bit about who I am, because I don't think I've talked a lot about that. I'm actually from New York, born and raised in Manhattan, on the island of Manhattan, and I've been here in California for several years now, 7 years almost. But I never met my father. I never met my dad, and my dad is from California. And I want to thank each and every one of you, because the fact that you're having these conversations now has made me, a 37-year-old grown A man, actually start to look for his dad, start to find out where my California roots actually come from. I don't know my dad, like I said, I don't know my grandfather on my father's side. I don't know my great grandfather on my father's side. I don't know my great great grandfather on my father's side. So much has been taken from us, right? Like economically and physically and property, but our families have been taken too. Our names have been taken, and our histories have been taken. And I want to thank you again, because I think you're helping me. I know you're helping me. I know you're going to help thousands and millions of other Californians, Black folks who descend from U.S. slavery right here, do this important work. So I don't want to talk any longer, because I'm gonna get emotional, and I'm a grown man. So I want to stop there. But I want to thank you, and I want to hopefully you can use this to sort of power the rest of your work. Thanks, and have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Trini, do we have another speaker come forward?
Yes, hold on. You've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. And good morning to the task force members. Thank you again for coming together on this important and historic undertaking. My family Great Migration story is one where my maternal grandmother and grandfather fled Jim Crow segregation in the South in Mississippi, that violent terrorist institution, only to find themselves, square in the middle of ghetto squalor in Chicago. So while, I do have a great migration story, it's not necessarily germane to what you will be speaking about today, but I did want to talk about some of the things that I heard in yesterday's meeting. Number one, I have to say, and I'll back up, I'm also a member of the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, and I'm a board member of the National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants, both organizations that I'm sure you are all very familiar with by now, as we have been engaged in this process from the very beginning, as you heard Chris prior to me, organizing the community and making sure there's some community awareness and engagement in this important process. And to that note, you heard from Marcus earlier that there is a very real awareness gap in our community about what AB 3121 is and what the charge of this task force is. And so yesterday, I was concerned at what seemed to be a disconnect between the Department of Justice and this task force in roles, responsibilities, and duties. And I would hope that not only the Department of Justice, but this task force remain focused on community engagement, remain focused on bringing the Black California community into this process, and commit the necessary resources, time to support that effort, and make sure that we are engaging as many people as possible, as many people that are impacted here as possible in this process. Secondly, I'd like to talk just briefly about Evanston, Illinois, and that program, which has been widely recognized or lauded as Reparations. I do believe that there are lessons that we can learn from Evanston, including what we should not be trying to do. There are several pitfalls and perils that we can learn from Evanston that we can use to avoid those here in California. And just a simple Google search on the Evanston, Illinois program will reveal massive amounts of criticism from the Black community, the local Evanston Black community on that program, its lack of transparency, its lack of effectiveness, and ultimately, it doesn't bode well for the outcomes to come from that particular effort. So I do think there's things to be learned from that effort, and we can take some warning and some cautionary tales from that. Lastly, I'd like to talk just a little bit about opportunities that I see for this task force in the interim. You all will be meeting for the better part of the next year and a half. And in that time, I think there's some quote unquote low-hanging fruit that you can take advantage of.
Excuse me, Chad, I really hate to cut you off. You're out of your 3 minutes. However, please feel free to continue with your train of thought with respect to either emailing us at reparationstaskforce@doj.ca.gov or attending the public hearing comment sections during any of the next 7 meetings. And with that, Chair Moore, I'd just like to give you a heads up. We are getting close to our hour. I think we started at 9:06, so we have time for probably 2 more speakers, unless there is a different pleasure. Trini, do we have anybody else in the queue?
Yes, I have 3 more people waiting to speak. And there's 1 more on the other side that I haven't promoted yet.
Can we just take all of the public comments?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Natalie Champion, you've been unmuted. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Good morning to the task force, and a special honor and shout out to Chair Camila Moore. I appreciate your advocacy and the way that you're leading the task force. My name is Natalie Champion, and before I begin, I just want to pay homage and respect to our ancestors whose blood, whose sweat, whose tears are in the soil that allow us to live and to prosper and made one of the richest countries in the world. Their unpaid forced labor allows us all to thrive. And I'm just appreciative that we have this task force convening on the heritage and the lineage that they have left for us, and the ability to create some reconciliation on behalf of our ancestors and all of the future generations of Black American descendants of chattel slavery. One of the things that I wanted to bring forth to the task force is the fact that the DOJ has the ability to reach out to Black-led organizations. I work with the California Black Women's Health Project, and I am one person among many different organizations that would be happy to get the word out around the task force and share it with our Black American constituents across this state. And I feel like that's an easy ask of the DOJ to reach out to Black-led organizations to help promote awareness around the task force and the importance of the work that's being done, so that Black Americans have the access and have the knowledge to come on to meetings like this and provide public comment. Additionally, as a board member of the National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants, Los Angeles, I just want to thank them in the work that we are doing, also create the outreach that is needed for this task force. And I strongly suggest that the DOJ also considers this organization as an organization to reach out and do some of the groundwork around raising awareness around the task force. Again, I just want to thank all the board members for the work that you're doing, task force members for the work that you're doing, and I look forward to being a resource to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments today. All right, we have a few more speakers. Our next speaker, please.
Can I be heard?
OJ Hardy, you have 3
Hi,
minutes.
my name is OJ Hardy. I'm an ADOS man. I am a son of Compton, California. I was born and raised here. So was my father. My father was murdered in 1988 due to ramifications of the drug trade, resulting from the tons of crack cocaine dropped on the Alameda corridor. I was fortunate enough to matriculate into college and get my degree, but my brother went to prison. He's been there for the last 17 years as a result of the 13th Amendment. He's actually enslaved right now. I want to put emphasis on the fact that eligibility requirement needs to be addressed early. And as far as who will get this when it comes to California, I did want to say to the DOJ that Camila Moore is very important to us here in Los Angeles, especially those of us who know her. And we are behind her very much so. And it was not appreciated the way the task force was treated yesterday. And also the DOJ is not very, it's not very appreciated for that. I'll end there, and I'd like to say thank you to everybody in respect.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. All right, I think we do have a couple more speakers today.
Yes, Marjorie Melvin, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Raise your
We can
hand.
hear you.
Excellent. This is a picture of, well, first of all, my name is Marjorie Melvin, and
We can't see you, Marjorie. We can't see you. We can hear you, but we can't see. Now we see you.
I was born and raised in California, and I'm a second generation Californian. My mother and father are from Louisiana and Texas. They came to the state of California about 55, 60 years ago in 1965. And Daddy was at Camp Pendleton and became a Marine. Mom was the first Black head teacher for Compton Unified School District, and I am the descendant of that stock, of that lineage. Despite coming to California to make for a better life, they faced challenges to which I will speak later at subsequent opportunities during testimony. But I want to talk about the importance that the DOJ be transparent and allow as many people as possible throughout the state of California to be involved in this process. The issue that was presented was that the staff would not be able to work on Saturday. You know, that can be figured out. There are a whole host of ways that that can be done. Staff can do comp time, they can work on Saturday and get credit for that Saturday they work. It is not acceptable to tell us that it cannot be done. As an administrative judge in the state of California, I am aware of the various ways that folk can work on weekends to allow for this process to be open and transparent. This is a picture of my great-great-grandparents that I'm holding up. They owned 100 acres in Rapides Parish in Louisiana. That land was stolen 5 years ago through the heirs property laws that exist. We are descendants of people who have repeatedly been abused through laws, through criminal justice. We need to hear from Californians across the state on what they've experienced, their lived experience. I'm asking you to reconsider this, and I'm asking you to look at this picture and to remember that we want to be heard. That's basically all I have to say. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. They're really appreciated. Next speaker, please.
Tony Loken, you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted. Tony?
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Yes.
there she is. Yes.
Okay, here I am. Sorry about that.
Oh,
My
no
name is
problem.
Tony Loken, but I'm known in the community in Sacramento as Tony Tinker. I've been active in this community my entire life, and the treatment of Black folks has been a trajectory that we have seen over and over. I would like to reiterate that I am in agreement with most of the speakers in public comment today at the treatment of the task force and the DOJ's inability to be able to allow for public comment. I have been the tech behind many of large presentations, including I'm at Sacramento State University. We have brought the president of Ghana here. We had a barrage of individuals who would bomb. I have been the tech for Governor Newsom, several of Governor Newsom speaking, for our mayor. And all of those events have been bombed or had threats at them at one time or another. And there is a systematic way in which that we can remove people, give people a chance to be heard, but also allow the public to be able to hear themselves and the task force. I'm also very disappointed of the GOJ's lack of reaching out to the high level people that you would like to have present to this task force. It's unconscionable. And I know from my work here, it can be done. This is what I do every day. I deal with Black folks across the nation and in the continent as well. Okay. I am up at 3 in the morning speaking to people's representatives, who is their schedule. It can be done. It is just a lack of political will on the DOJ to move forward and do such and assist you. So I implore you to go and look for folks like me or myself. I'd be happy to help y'all to be able to make this process a process that will do due diligence to the Black folks that are listening to you, and be able to provide these recordings to the Black folks who are not able to come live to listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony. All right, is that the last speaker? I see parliamentarian Doretha has joined us.
Yes, I wanted to make a point of order that your time, according to the schedule, is up.
Do we have any more?
There's one more speaker and there was one waiting in the queue, so I don't know how you want me to proceed. There's Robert Kalen Reed is waiting to speak. He's already been promoted to this side.
Madam Chair, if you extend the time, you could just take it off of the break or something of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you for that, Parliamentarian Johnson. We can do that and accept one more.
Okay, thank you. Robert Kalen Reed. Thank you. Robert Kalen Reed, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, committee members. I'm just here. I would like to read. If we could have Cam provide expert testimony, then I think we should be able to allow Antonio Moore to develop a presentation. He is a UCLA trained lawyer, and he was really one of the first to bring the wealth data in a way that no one had heard before, and really express the need for a reparations program. So I would really like to see that happen. 2, I would also like to highlight ADOS has helped to encourage Louisville, Kentucky to sponsor HR 40, like literally last night. And so as we move through the meeting and come towards a conclusion, I ask that not only this commission produce proposals for a federal reparations program, because the federal government is the only entity large enough to accomplish the task, but maybe even state proposals. I would like to highlight, there was a news story that came out on ABC 7. It was the Caribou Wine Lounge in Alameda County. And when the owner of the wine lounge sat down with the interviewer, she said that 0.1% of the wine industry is owned by people of color. Now, people of color does not just mean Black people. So that's, that's just an abysmal metric. If the numbers are similar for California specifically, then this is an indictment of the way that this country has treated its Black residents. And there has to be something that can be done at the state level, in addition to the federal reparations project, to move American Negroes into asset ownership. And I thank you for giving me that time. I thank you for extending the time coming off of your break. And I just hope that as we move through this, that you guys really see just how important this project is, and like your names, if this is done correctly, could probably go down in history. This is probably one of the most important political acts that you guys will be a part of. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you again. Trini, we have one more, correct? One more speaker?
Yes, Brandon, you have been unmuted and you have 3 minutes. You will be our last speaker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to start by saying it's complicated comments yesterday were so discouraging and just untrue. It's not a complicated thing to pay people the debt they're owed. We know who it is. We know how to trace our lineage. This is about lineage and cities and the people who have been affected. Atrocities, sorry. Not people of color who immigrated here. American descendants of slavery are not immigrants, right? We need economists and statisticians, not people and their opinions and feelings. So these are factual things we're talking about. When I visited Los Angeles, knowing that it used to be 65% Black American, and now seeing, I only saw 2 Black people the entire time I was there. It really shows the effects of what's happened to our people. I'm sorry, I did see a lot of people, homeless Black people, but none in the areas I was in. And it's hurtful and it's sad. You all are on the world stage right now, and cash payments are a must. And it doesn't matter how people choose to spend the money that they're owed. No one asked the Japanese Americans how they were going to spend their reparations. No one asked the Native Americans or the Jews. I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Task force members and public, thank you all for your powerful comments. We've reached the allotted time for public comment for this meeting. But again, we invite everyone to attend future public meetings or to submit their comments or testimony via email at reparationstaskforce@doj.ca.gov. And I will now turn the meeting back over to Chairwoman Moore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin Walton. Thank you for your assistance, and thank you, members of the public, for your public comments today. Now we will turn to agenda item 12, economic expert, where I will recognize the DOJ Research Center and Cheryl Grills, and a friendly reminder to task force members that Dr. Hamilton's CV and the copy of the forthcoming PowerPoint presentation were included in our meeting materials. So please reference those materials as I turn the floor to Dr. Janie Scott from the California Department of Justice Research Center and Member Grills. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Moore.
Thank you. You're recognized. You can begin when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Dr. Janie Scott, and I am a research associate with the DOJ. I am here today to present the DOJ staff's recommendation for the expert research consultant in economics. Also in attendance from the Research Center is the director, Dr. Randy Chance, and my direct supervisor, Dr. Tiffany Jantz. As Chair Moore indicated, at the end of my slides, I will invite Dr. Grills to discuss her experience with the recommended expert. I will then return the floor to Chair Moore. I will be available to take questions directed to me at the end of the presentation. As mandated by AB 3121 statute, the task force must address in a report to the legislature how compensation to African Americans is calculated, with special consideration to African Americans who are the descendant of people enslaved in the United States. The task force will also address what forms of compensation should be awarded, how compensation should be distributed, and who should receive this compensation. In order to fulfill the mandates of AB 3121 that I just outlined, the department recommends contracting with an expert research consultant in economics. The Research Center is recommending the department contract with an expert in economics to conduct the analysis that will fulfill the mandates discussed in the previous slide. The work completed by the consultant will be under the direction of the task force. The economics expert will have approximately 14 months to conduct this work for the second report to the legislature. According to the plan the task force approved in June 2021, the second report is scheduled to be submitted in June 2023. However, the second report needs to be finalized ahead of the anticipated June 2023 submission date so that it can be circulated to the task force for review and comment. The economics expert will develop a scope of work that will be presented to the task force for your consideration. We anticipate that the scope of work may include the following: estimating the dollar amount owed to Black Californians. These estimates may consider the fiscal impacts of slavery and other forms of anti-Black discriminatory laws and policies. Modeling different forms of reparations. This modeling will also include the estimated costs associated with each model and in a distribution plan. And finally, assessing the impact of different reparation models on the current and intergenerational wealth of Black Californians. Informed by their economics expertise and the current research in the field, the consultant may also explore other lines of economic inquiry that the task force is interested in. The Research Center has been working for months to develop the staff recommendation for an economics expert. To identify experts for consideration, the Research Center received suggestions from task force members, consultants, and academics. Research Center staff also reviewed research journal publications and popular press articles on reparation proposals, racial inequality, and the racial wealth gap. Through an iterative process, we took the names from our search and ensured they met the inclusion criteria listed on this slide before moving on. We sought experts with formal training in economics, given the likelihood for strong quantitative demands and understanding of income and wealth distribution. We sought experts with related research experience. Broadly, do they have demonstrated research experience in quantifying racial disparities in income and wealth? We saw experts employed by a university where their work is regularly evaluated and challenged through the peer review publication process. Through inquiries, we considered whether experts were interested and available for the duration of the task force. In addition to our inclusion criteria, we did other considerations when narrowing down our search and reaching out to prospective economics experts, including whether they have demonstrated research experience in calculating reparations or historical economics with a focus on Black Americans, whether they were recommended by a task force member, are they a tenured professor, and finally, are they based in California? Through our exhaustive search, we identified 9 research experts to reach out to. One of the 9 initially identified is our staff recommendation for consultant, Dr. Derek Hamilton. Before I go into Dr. Hamilton's remarkable background, I will just note that while conducting our search, we reached out to the 2 task force members in the academic seats, Dr. Cheryl Grills and Dr. Javon Scott Lewis. Both recommended Dr. Hamilton for the role. Additionally, we reached out to the other task force members to meet and answer questions about the staff recommendation and to receive other suggestions. We conducted individual meetings with the task force members who responded. We followed up on all task force recommendations. Members of the task force were notified of the DOJ staff recommendation via email, and Dr. Hamilton's academic resume, also called a CV, was included in our notification. Now I will highlight some of the information from Dr. Hamilton's impressive economics career spanning 2 decades. So Dr. Hamilton is a professor of economics and urban policy at the New School in New York City. He received his PhD in economics from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. He is the founding director for the Institute for the Study of Race, Stratification, and Political Economy at the New School. Dr. Hamilton serves as a senior fellow at the Bernard Schwartz Center for Economic Policy Analysis, and he is also a senior fellow for the Metropolitan Policy Program at the Brookings Institute. Professor Hamilton has over 30 publications in peer-reviewed journals, such as the American Economic Review, Race and Social Problems, and the Review of Black Political Economy. He has contributed to California-specific research on racial disparities in wealth, resulting in reports such as 50 Years After the Kerner Commission Report, Place, Housing, and Racial Wealth Inequality in Los Angeles, and the report, The Color of Wealth in Los Angeles. He has given over 35 invited talks and presentations in the last 3 years, including participating in a panel titled Reparations, an Idea Whose Time Has Come, as part of the Public Dialogues in Race and Difference series at Emory University. Professor Hamilton has also provided expert testimony before the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, the House Financial Services Committee and its Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion, the U.S. Senate Committee on Banking, and the U.S. Congress Joint Economic Committee. Finally, his work has also been featured in many popular press venues. Taken together, the Research Center believes Dr. Hamilton has a breadth of research experience in academic and applied settings that will lend itself well to this first of its kind study of reparations for Black Californians. His strengths in examining racial disparities and the racial wealth gap will bolster the task force's ability to consider the fiscal, multi-generational harms experienced by Black Americans and assess the estimated long-term impacts of the various reparation models under consideration by the task force. While the selected expert economics researcher will employ their experience to conduct research at the direction of the task force, we expect that multiple economics experts will provide testimony for the task force's consideration when directing the research that will be presented in the second report. The Research Center anticipates and welcomes scrutiny of the economic study. We believe, based on his extensive research experience, Dr. Hamilton has the required skill set to conduct economics research on reparations that will stand up to scrutiny. To further bolster the strength of the research and findings, the department is also looking into the potential to request that peer experts in the field of economics review the work conducted and presented in Report 2 to ensure that the methods are rigorous, the results are robust, and the interpretation is sound. So here are additional citations of note from Dr. Hamilton's CV. At this time, I will invite Dr. Grills to share her experiences with Dr. Hamilton.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to share some information about Professor Hamilton for consideration by the task force as our economics expert, based on my having done a national search for a national body that ultimately selected Professor Hamilton. Professor Hamilton examined social stratification and political economy in order to move policy and practice in new directions that promote economic inclusion, social equity, and civic engagement. And he's considered one of the nation's foremost public intellectuals. I had the opportunity to work with Professor Hamilton directly. This was in response to a request from the Congressional Black Caucus for valid data on the impact of COVID-19 on the Black community and other communities of color. The request was placed directly to me to collect this data so that it could inform public policy. So I assembled a national research team under the umbrella of the Alliance of National Ethnic Psychological Associations. It was important to us that we have an interdisciplinary team of subject matter experts to work alongside of us, specifically experts in areas like public health, education, epidemiology, economics, et cetera. As the lead of the research team, I had to do a national search for experts in these different fields. And that is how I came to know Professor Derek Hamilton, who was ultimately selected by the national research team as our economic subject matter expert. Professor Hamilton was very responsive to us throughout the entire process, from helping us to craft what would be the most useful set of data to present to Congress, to then producing a stellar report for the National COVID Needs Assessment, to then participating with us in briefings, to all of the congressional caucuses of color, to the White House COVID Task Force, and more. The report that he produced is entitled Rapid Research on the COVID-19 Pandemic and Racial and Ethnic Inequities in Wealth, Labor Force Participation, Occupations, and Virus Risk, and then Unequal Benefits from Education. A value added of working with Professor Hamilton is the team of researchers and graduate students who work alongside of him and who were actively and very involved in the entire process, supporting the tasks that were before the Needs Assessment Research team. In fact, 5 members of his team joined the effort, and they collectively produced a stellar report. They participated in and attended many of our briefings to Congress and other entities. And they underscored in their report the importance of a race-conscious national infrastructure to gather federal and regional data on the racial ethnic wealth gap. They provided findings and recommendations on occupational crowding and virus exposure risk. And they also provided findings and recommendations on the different racial effects across the business cycle and recommendations to bolster racial and economic equity. To give you a sense of Professor Hamilton, I'd like to just quote from some recent testimony he gave to the House of Representatives. He said, "Our unjust racial wealth gap is itself an implicit measure of our racist past that is rooted in a history in which whites have been privileged by government, complicit political and economic intervention that have afforded them access to resources and iterative and intergenerational accumulation." In this testimony, he also said, reparations provides a retrospective, direct, and parsimonious approach to address the Black-white racial wealth gap. Moreover, it is a racially just policy because it requires the U.S. to take public responsibility and atone for its long history of racial injustice. That was to the House of Representatives. Also recently, in another testimony before the U.S. Senate Committee on Banking, Professor Hamilton said the following: "No one cannot say that they have freedom if they are crushed by debt, unable to benefit from the fruits of their labor, stuck in poverty, or unable to participate in the economy." And he went on to say, "The activities of the banking and financial sector have played decisive roles in entrenching wealth disparities between groups." And then he went on to share some transformative policy solutions that would address the 3-pronged solution of income, wealth, and wages, and student debt. So to the extent we are setting the stage for federal reparations processes, Professor Hamilton brings a level of credibility that would bode well for the viability of our work, not only for California, but for the nation. So thank you to the task force for this moment to present the personal experience of the credentials and capacity of Professor Hamilton for his consideration as an expert for the task force on economics. Thank you. And I don't know at this point if it's possible for someone to consider a motion to endorse Professor Hamilton as our economics expert.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is the parliamentarian. You are now at 10:33, and your next agenda item was to start at 10:30.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, proceed.
Yeah, I would recommend that you move agenda item the next agenda item to right before lunch, when your lunch hour is called, because you're going to have to make up that time, recognizing that you have a hard stop at 11 o'clock for your witnesses. And that that has to start at that time.
Right, I'm aware.
And so if you want to carry this action through a motion, which is what I'm hearing, the recommendation is that you move this next item to before your lunch item. So you would not go to lunch at 1 o'clock, but as soon as after you complete the next item.
Okay, thank you. At this time, is there any task force member who would like to entertain a motion relating to the endorsement of Derek Hamilton for the task force economics expert consult?
So moved, Steve Bradford.
It has been moved by Stephen Bradford to endorse Dr. Derek Hamilton as our economics expert. Is there a second on the motion?
Second motion, Amos Brown.
It has been moved and seconded for the task force to endorse Dr. Hamilton as our economics expert. Now we will move to discussion. Is there any discussion on this matter? I did have just one point. I just had a question as to Derek Hamilton's previous work related to the special consideration language that is in AB 3121. I was intellectually curious if anyone could speak to, maybe Dr. Danny Scott or Member Grills, maybe not now, but at a later date, even Dr. Hamilton can speak to it himself when he comes before the task force. But I'm curious if what type of work he's done related to economics on the racial wealth gap as it pertains to Black Americans who descend from chattel slavery in the United States specifically. Because, in the report, we're going to have to really dig deep and figure out what that special consideration language means in particular. And so I was just curious if anyone could speak to his previous work on that. Member Scott Lewis, you're recognized.
I'll just say very generally that Dr. Hamilton's focus in economics on stratification as an academic discipline is in fact directly related to this kind of question around disaggregation. So in other words, from an academic and intellectual standpoint, his research is and would be, for our purposes, very directly relevant because we are thinking about how groups break down in very specific ways. And that's kind of the basis behind the kind of stratification economics discipline.
Thank you for that. It was very helpful. Member Reggie Jones-Story, you are recognized.
And I just, before we get away from this, I just want to again compliment Dr. Grills on the presentation she just gave. Not only did it give me confidence that he will drill down to every level of the economics and what is needed to be based so that we can move forward and ensure that everyone feels comfortable with the outcome that this committee has. But I also feel very comfortable that he will look into all the issues that were brought up, not only today, but the day before, and the day before, and the day before, especially when it comes to descendants of slavery. And that we will have a very robust discussion about that when we get all the data and the information. And so I wish I could take Dr. Grills with me everywhere and introduce me, because it was impressive what I just saw. It was unbelievable. So thank you again, Dr. Grills, for taking this on. I know you have a real job, but to take on this task and to be that detailed is pretty impressive.
Member Montgomery-Stepp, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I would agree. I'm very supportive of this in doing just some research based off of the CV. Dr. Hamilton very clearly mentioned that education is not the magic antidote, and having someone coming in with that perspective on what we do, what we are doing and what we are tasked to do, I think is extremely important. So there is a foundational understanding there that the work that he will bring back to us is in line with, I think, some of the ideas that we have. So I'm very supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Montgomery Stepp. Are there any other comments or questions from task force members at this time related to this motion? Hearing no further discussion, we will now. Vice Chair Brown, you are recognized. Excuse me.
Call for the previous question.
Okay.
The motion.
Yes. Okay. So there's a motion for a call for the previous question. Vote will be by roll call, and when Ms. Belton calls the roll call, you will answer stating either yay or yes if you are in favor of the motion, nay or no if you are opposed to the motion or against the motion, or I abstain if you do not wish to vote on the motion. Ms. Parliamentarian Johnson, you are recognized.
Yes, first of all, Dr. Brown, you called for you called the question, so you were asking to end the debate. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the procedure.
Okay,
Yes,
so then you, Madam Chair, the vote is not on the motion, it's to end debate. So that was what Attorney Belton will ask. Are you in favor of ending the debate or against ending debate? And so with that being said, Attorney Belton, would you please call the roll for the vote?
Chair Moore, your vote, please.
Aye.
Vice Chair Dr. Brown?
Yes.
Vice Chair Dr. Brown votes yes. Senator Stephen Bradford?
Aye.
Senator Stephen Bradford votes aye. Dr. Cheryl Grills?
Aye.
Dr. Cheryl Grills votes aye. Lisa Holder?
Aye.
Lisa Holder votes aye. Assemblymember Reginald Jones Sawyer?
Aye.
Assemblymember Reginald Jones Sawyer votes aye. Dr. Javon Scott Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Javon Scott Lewis votes aye. Don Tamaki? Don Tamaki votes aye. Councilmember Monica Montgomery Stepp?
Aye.
Councilmember Monica Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Madam Chair, on the motion to end debate, there are 9 task force members voting. All 9 voted aye. There were 0 nays and 0 abstentions.
You are muted, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Belton. So the vote was 9 ayes and 0 nays to end the debate. The ayes have it and the motion carries. Now does the task force, will the task force like to entertain a motion to actually approve?
Excuse me.
Parliamentarian Johnson, are you trying to speak?
No, I was just coughing, excuse me.
Okay, you can, if you don't mind, you can mute. Thank you. To approving Dr. Hamilton as our economic expert.
We already had a motion on that. I made it and Dr. Brown seconded it.
Okay, so it's been already moved by Senator Bradford and seconded by Amos Brown. So now I will refer back to Parliamentarian Johnson, who will then cue Ms. Belton for the roll call vote.
Yes, Attorney Belton, would you please call for the vote to approve the recommendation of Dr. Hamilton as the expert, economic expert?
Thank you, Chair Moore and Parliamentarian Johnson. Chair Moore, your vote, please.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Dr. Brown?
Aye.
Vice Chair Dr. Brown votes aye. Senator Stephen Bradford?
Aye.
Senator Stephen Bradford votes aye. Dr. Cheryl Grills?
Aye.
Dr. Cheryl Grills votes aye. Lisa Holder?
Aye.
Lisa Holder votes aye. Assemblymember Reginald Jones Sawyer?
Aye.
Assemblymember Reginald Jones Sawyer votes aye. Dr. Javon Scott Lewis.
Aye.
Dr. Javon Scott Lewis votes aye. Don Tamaki. Don Tamaki votes aye. Councilmember Monica Montgomery Stepp.
Aye.
Councilmember Monica Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Chair Moore, on the motion, there are 9 task force members present and voting. All 9 have voted aye. There were 0 nays and 0 abstentions.
Thank you, Ms. Belton and Parliamentarian Johnson. The vote was 9 ayes and 0 nays. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Dr. Derek Hamilton is endorsed by the task force to be our economic expert consultant. So the time is 10:44. The panel, our first panel of the day, is scheduled to meet at 11 a.m. sharp. Ms. Parliamentarian Johnson, I would like to consult with you with your previous recommendation. Is that still your recommendation?
Yes, I mean, the task force can begin the discussion with regard to the next item, or it could and stop exactly at 11 o'clock and start the panel, or alternatively, it can delay it and then wait until 11 o'clock. But since you have 15 minutes, you can start and then call a hard stop if the task force agrees to do that. So it's up to the task force if they want to go ahead and start, because you do have about 15 minutes.
Parliamentarian Johnson, does any task force member have a strong opinion on what we should do?
Assemblyman Jones Sawyer was, I think, indicating that he wanted to speak.
No, I wanted to go.
He said go.
So let's keep going.
Keep going.
Okay, so I see some head nods from task force members, so we can continue to proceed with the agenda. So the next item of our agenda is, where we are discussing the agenda for the October hearing. So to facilitate the discussion, if the DOJ isn't prepared to do so, I can share my own screen so that task force members can readily see the meeting materials that were sent to us related to the tentative agenda for October, and which includes a tentative list of potential witnesses. Does the DOJ have that document readily available?
Yes, I can put that on the share screen.
Thank you, Siwan.
You all see the screen?
Yes, sorry, thank you. So the October topics that we adopted to discuss in our July 9 meeting were related to Jim Crow, segregation and discrimination in education, housing, and environmental justice, as well as the racial wealth gap, banking, and labor, which includes a discussion of Black farmers and military members. Just to be thorough, in December, we plan to discuss infrastructure, gentrification, homelessness, public health, entertainment, arts, sports, and culture. Now, there's a series of questions that have been posed by the DOJ related to the public hearing topics for October. So does the task force want to make any adjustments to the hearing topics for the upcoming October or December hearings? So of these bullet points that you see above that I just read out, we can focus on October for now in the interest of time. Are there any adjustments that the task force would like to make regarding to what we will discuss in October? Additions, subtractions, or just anything else?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Member Jones, sorry, you're recognized.
I'm sure we're going to do this, but will we have a discussion on public safety, policing, criminal justice system? Or unless I missed it in here, or is that further down the road?
Yes, that is a part of the public hearing proposal. It's planned for mid-February 2022. The first, it'll be a 2-day hearing, history of policing and war on drugs, jails and prisons, and the criminal legal system. So day one would cover the history of policing, the history of war on drugs and its consequences on the Black communities. And then day two would cover the criminal legal system, including jails and prisons, and anti-Black bias related to hate crimes.
Thank you. Perfect.
Are there any other questions or comments from the task force members about the topics of the agenda? If not, we can move on to witnesses, potential witnesses for the agenda.
Do we need to adopt this? Do we? Oops, excuse me.
I don't know if you can see me, but I'd like to speak.
I cannot see, but go ahead, member Holder. Excuse the technology. I can't see everybody on the screen, unfortunately.
Yeah, I apologize if I cut you off, Assemblyman.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. I did want to just check in for a point of clarification. You know, I don't have all of the potential items in front of me, so you know, I'm just going to focus on what's up on the screen right now. I wanted to find out whether we would be discussing and having witness testimony potentially on programs that specifically disenfranchised African Americans during the Jim Crow era. So you know, and during the Reconstruction and post-Reconstruction. And some of the callers have mentioned some of these programs as well. So programs like the GI Bill, programs like the Homestead Act. You know, these are you know, critical mass wealth moving programs that happened in this country that really undergird the wealth gap, especially something like the Homestead Act. So I do think it's critical that we discuss those wealth moving programs with specificity and have an expert come and give us a historical context for understanding those types of programs.
Thank you, Member Holder. And that relates to the proposal that you actually submitted to all task force members. If the DOJ could scroll down so that the task force members and the members of the public may see that page, please. It's labeled Lisa Holder proposal. Okay. Yes, so Member Holder, if you wanted to speak more to your proposal, that's okay too. But keep in mind, we have 7 minutes, and we should probably, you know, table this for later so we can really give discussion what it's due. But just wanted to give you an opportunity to speak more to the topics you propose.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Mhm. You can go ahead,
Vice-
Dr. Brown.
Madam Chair. Also, to add to items already listed, the black codes, the lottery laws, particularly of the South, has some ripple effects on the social and economic status of our communities. And I don't know where maybe we should add in the role that this so-called Western Christianity played in buttressing this systemic evil of race and oppression of Black people. Even the slave Bible, which has been documented thanks to Fisk universities being able to discover the remaining 3 Bibles that were found. So there's been the intellectual buttress and the so-called evangelical spiritual religious buttress that represents spiritual policy. And that's the reason why down to this day, the so-called white evangelicals have pimped and conned Black spirituality. Even to the end that just this past week, Marvin Winers made the unfortunate, painful statement that there was no Black church in America. That was a redaction of history by a Black man, and that's dangerous. It's damnable. If you read E. Franklin Frazier's classic work, The Negro Church in America, you will discover the role of the right, prophetic, social justice church played in seeking to resist the evils of the enslavement of our ancestors.
So we
Hello?
have 3 minutes. Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Brown, for your comments.
But what I'm saying, Madam Chair, in our deliberations, not enough just talk about economics, health, and all of the good things that we've listed. We got to deal with that reality if we're not going to be ourselves guilty of being against our telling our story.
Right. Yes, so it sounds like as if you are also asking for an addition of a discussion on the Black codes and laws related to that time period as well, which I hear you. And I think we should table this discussion because we have 3 minutes until our panel. And so there's not much action that we can do within these 3 minutes, but I wanted to go back to Member Holder in the event that she has any comments related to this. But again, we'll table this discussion so that we can have a more structured and robust discussion at a later time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brown. If Member Holder, if you don't have any comments for now, that is perfectly fine as well.
Yeah, the only thing that I would ask is that the members of the task force, pull up the agenda items and just look through the proposal that I've made. I don't think there's any reason for me to read through it, but please take a look at it. And then maybe when we come back to this discussion, we can discuss those proposal items with particularity and what is practical and what is necessary to add to the topics.
Okay, great. That sounds like a plan. Okay, so now we will begin to start our next agenda item, which is our first panel of the day, but the third panel of the two-day hearing. I will now remind each witness that will participate in our panel and to the members of the public that their testimony is recorded, live streamed, and will be available to the public. So for the hearing today, for the third panel today, from 11 to 1 p.m., we have at least 4 experts and 1 person giving us personal testimony, and I will now introduce them. Our first expert testimony is from Douglas Blackman. Professor Blackman is a professor of practice in Georgia State University's Creative Media Industries Institute and the author of Slavery by Another Name, The Re-Enslavement of Black Americans from the Civil War to World War II, which won the Pulitzer Prize for General Nonfiction in 2009. And Professor Blackman will have 10 minutes to speak. Then our next expert that we will hear from is John Parman, who will have 15 minutes to speak. Professor Parman is the Associate Professor of Economics at William and Mary and published scholarship on race and inequality. Our third expert that we will hear from on this panel is Isabel Wilkerson, who will have 20 minutes to speak. Isabel Wilkerson is a winner of the Pulitzer Prize and the National Humanities Medal. She is the author of the critically acclaimed The Warmth of Other Suns and Caste. Our next expert that we will hear from is Lynn Hudson, who will have 15 minutes to speak. Professor Hudson is a professor of history at the University of Illinois at Chicago and the author of West of Jim Crow, The Fight Against California's Color Line, which documents the ways California was an innovator of methods to control, contain, and restrict African Americans. And last but not least, we will hear personal testimony from Bertha Gorman, who has 10 minutes to speak. Ms. Gorman was born in Texas, raised in New Mexico, and moved to California to attend college in 1959. She is a resident of Sacramento. During her 50-year career, she has worked at the Sacramento Bee, the California State Assembly, Lockheed Martin, and the Associate Secretary of the California Health and Human Services Agency. And then there is 15 minutes reserved for task force comments and questions. Without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to our first expert. Thank you all for coming, and we look forward to hearing your testimony today.
Good afternoon. On the East Coast, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can, Professor Blackman. You're recognized.
Thank you. I was trying to get switched over to my laptop for a little better picture, but I'm going to stick with the just doing this from my phone. My apologies if the picture's not as good as it could be. But thank you for having me and for the invitation to speak with you today. I hope you'll forgive me, but yeah, I'm sorry. I want to make sure I had the right remarks in front of me. I'll read from the remarks that I've already submitted first, and then if there are any questions that I can answer, I'm happy to do that. Sorry for the short delay. On July the 31st, 1903, a letter arrived written to President Theodore Roosevelt at the White House from a woman named Carrie Kinsey, a barely literate African-American woman in Bainbridge, Georgia, whose 14-year-old brother, whose name was James Robinson, had been abducted a year earlier and sold to a plantation. Local police would take no interest in what had happened. She wrote in her letter, "Mr. President, they won't let me have him. He has not done nothing for them to have him in chains. So I write to you for your help." Like the vast majority of such pleas, her letter was slipped into a small rectangular folder at the Department of Justice and tagged with a reference number in this case, number 120074. No action in response was ever recorded. Her letter lies today in the National Archives. And again, I would note the date, 1903, of that letter. One might ask what relevance there could be to California and current legislative actions it could undertake in the sad story of a kidnapping in Georgia 118 years ago. No part of that incident occurred in California. There was no fault of the state of California in those events. One could argue that the entire question of racial discrimination against African Americans in the United States during that period was irrelevant somehow to California. There were fewer than 8,000 Black people, barely half of 1% of the total population living in the entire state at the time of Carrie Kinsey's letter to President Roosevelt. Moreover, one might say, why would California consider legislation addressing the legacy of slavery, given that the American system of chattel enslavement was never legally enshrined in your state, which had existed as a part of the United States for fewer than 20 years at the time of slavery's abolition and the 13th Amendment? In my remarks today, I will offer some possible answers to those questions and share some of my findings after many years of attempting to understand how and why involuntary servitude continued to be a significant element of American life long after slavery's ostensible abolition, and how the continuation of forced labor practices ultimately injured millions of Black citizens and others in some parts of our country deep into the 20th century and continue to shape the contours of American life even today. First, I should quickly summarize the history and narratives contained in my book and the subsequent documentary film, Slavery by Another Name, The Re-Enslavement of Black People in America from the Civil War to World War II. It recounts how involuntary servitude was resurrected after the Civil War, first through the judicial system, and then metastasizing through all of Southern society, how this system of what I call neo-slavery flourished with force and brutality in varying ways that circumscribed the lives of millions of African Americans deep into the 20th century and encouraged the spread of white supremacist beliefs and devastating racial discrimination by white Americans in every region of our country. That grim story unfolds through the experiences I documented of thousands of African Americans who experienced what became one of the most terrible chapters in the American history of abuse of its own citizens. The central figure in my book is an obscure Black man named Green Cottenham, who was born to two formerly enslaved African Americans in a family that had spent generations on a cotton farm in central Alabama, many of them descended from a man born in Africa in 1802 before being kidnapped into slavery and shipped across the Atlantic. On March 30th, 1908, Green Cottenham was arrested by the sheriff of Shelby County, Alabama, and charged with vagrancy. He had committed no true crime. Employed was a new and flimsy concoction dredged up from legal obscurity at the end of the 19th century by the state legislatures of Alabama and other southern states. It was capriciously enforced by local sheriffs and constables, adjudicated by mayors and notaries public, recorded haphazardly or not at all, and most tellingly, in a time of massive unemployment among all Southern men, was reserved almost exclusively for Black men. Cottenham's offense, his true offense, was that he was Black. After 3 days behind bars, the 22-year-old man was found guilty in a swift appearance before the county judge and immediately sentenced to a 30-day term of hard labor. Unable to pay the fees assessed on every prisoner in those days, fees to the sheriff, the deputy, the court clerk, the witnesses who testified, Cottenham's sentence was extended to nearly a year of hard labor. The next day, he was sold under a standing arrangement between the county and a vast subsidiary of the Industrial North, U.S. Steel Corporation. The sheriff turned the young man over to the company for the duration of his sentence. In return, that company gave the county $12 a month to pay off Cottenham's fine and fees. What they did with Cottenham and thousands of other Black men they purchased from sheriffs across Alabama was entirely up to them. A few hours later, he was plunged into the darkness of a mine called Slope Number 12, one shaft in a vast labyrinth on the edge of Birmingham known as the Pratt Mines. And there, as was the case with hundreds of other prisoners who had arrived under similar circumstances, he was treated with extraordinary brutality, subjected to starvation conditions, almost no health care of any kind, and no assurance, no reasonable assurance that he would in fact ever be able to leave this place. It was a location where waves of disease ripped through the population. In the month before he arrived, pneumonia and tuberculosis had sickened dozens of other prisoners. Within his first 4 weeks, 6 died. Before the year was over, almost 60 men forced into Slope Number 12 were dead of disease, accidents, or homicide. Most of their broken bodies, along with hundreds of others before and after, were dumped into shallow graves scattered among the refuse of the mine. Others were incinerated in nearby ovens used to blast millions of tons of coal brought to the surface and essential to U.S. Steel's production of iron. 45 years after President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, Green Cottenham and more than 1,000 other Black men toiled under the lash at Slope Number 12. Imprisoned in what was then the most advanced city of the South, guarded by whipping bosses employed by the most iconic example of the modern corporation, they were slaves in all but name. Cottenham became one of hundreds of thousands of African Americans compelled into servitude through corrupt local courts, kidnapping, terror, and economic manipulation. Everywhere in the South, in the decades after the Civil War, whites resisted the full citizenship promised to formerly enslaved African Americans and waged a relentless campaign to recreate economic systems that looked as close to slavery as possible. Sweeping laws were passed designed to criminalize Black life itself, used to intimidate Black men away from political participation. Those who resisted were often compelled through the courts into slave mines or forced labor camps. Judges and sheriffs sold tens of thousands of Black convicts, including huge numbers who had committed no true crimes, to corporate prison mines, quarries, timber camps, railroads, farms. They allowed their neighbors and political supporters to acquire still more laborers directly from their courtrooms. And as more and more African American men and a smaller number of whites and African American women were forced into labor in this way, the old business systems of slavery reappeared. Soon, white thugs were patrolling the back roads of the South, seizing African Americans and selling them to the highest bidders, often with no pretense of court involvement. In some isolated areas of the South, Black families began to wonder out loud in letters that they wrote and sent to others decades after the Civil War whether the old institutions of slavery had been officially reinstated. For a long time, American historians treated this aspect of our history cautiously. They largely accepted that what was written in the official records of these places was reliable, that in fact, the system of imprisonment may have been cruel, but that the people who were being held there were actually criminals, had committed actual injuries against society, deserved to be imprisoned even if the treatment that they received was too harsh. The belief was widespread that even though there were many indications of the innocence of thousands of these individuals, that there was really no way a century later to determine whether these convictions were legitimate or if these debts created by their convictions had been used to fraudulently entrap them in a new system of forced labor. What I found as I began to research this, and I want to be observant of the time and wrap up very quickly, as I began to research this, I realized that in fact, it was possible to probe deeply into the surviving records of local courts, small cities, counties, and rural areas, that there were places all over the South where the records of that period of time, in fact, remained abundant. And what I found in the course of searching through what were ultimately millions of entries, certainly many hundreds of thousands of entries in that documentary record, was a system of a forced labor system of ruthless oppression and monotonous enormity. The arrests were on the basis of largely invented crimes and crimes written specifically to intimidate African Americans, such as changing employers without permission, vagrancy, walking along railroad lines, engaging in sexual activity or loud talk with white women. And the response from white Southerners were massive arrests over and over again, timed to correspond with the labor needs of either agriculture in the South or the growing industrial base of the South. I'm going to stop from and stop here in just a second. The other area that if I had a little more time, we could talk through, and that's certainly worthy of examination, is the degree to which that these practices and the ideas which accompanied them and which were used to justify these astonishing abuses of African Americans in the South, which is where the vast majority of the Black population in the United States remained all the way through 1900. But these abuses and the logic behind them, as well as the economic injuries that they created for African American families that continued to damage those families generation after generation, all of those injuries, all of the terrible thinking that's just attempted to justify it in some way, were all elements of our culture and economic realities that then spread across the rest of the United States as both the African American population and many others moved further and further to the West and in larger and larger numbers. And as I'm sure many of you are familiar, it was also the case that while there had not been a substantial African American population in what is now California prior to the Civil War or for several decades after that, it's still the case that through the peonage system, which still existed and thrived in California and New Mexico and other areas which had been a part of Mexico prior to the becoming a part of the United States. But the system of peonage, another form of forced labor and debt slavery, which had been made illegal in the United States shortly after the Civil War, was also another vehicle of forced labor that, in fact, was highly prevalent in California and other parts of the West in that same period of time. And so while California is a place that, as you all know, of course, slavery did not exist in the way that we understand it most commonly in the United States, the repercussions and the legacies of the damage that was done both by slavery before the Civil War and then these many generations of what constituted an apartheid system, that all of these dimensions of the American economic system and the political system and the political repression that was enforced through these economic abuses, as well as mob violence and the other things that we're more familiar with, all of these forces levered against the aspirations and the abilities to pursue the American dream, to use the cliche, of African Americans, both while they were in the South and as they, in subsequent generations, moved into other parts of America and including California. So I'll stop with my remarks right there, but with the final thought of it's incredibly commendable that the legislature of California has taken upon itself, particularly given some of the background that I've just said, to begin this examination and to look into this issue. And I hope that I look forward to learning more about the findings of your inquiry in the months ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Blackman, for your expert testimony. We will now turn to our next expert, Professor Parman. You are recognized.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you and contribute to the really important work that you're tasked with. My remarks are going to focus on the Great Migration from my perspective as an academic economist. I received my PhD from Northwestern University in economics. I've taught at UC Davis. In their econ department, I'm now at William & Mary. My research focuses on the relationships between education, health, and race, largely in the early 20th century, with multiple projects directly related to the Great Migration. I want to emphasize that my comments will focus squarely on the scholarship of economists regarding the Great Migration. The details I offer are an incomplete story without the contributions of sociologists, historians, political scientists, journalists, and importantly, the lived experiences of the individuals who took part in the Great Migration. These are all viewpoints I know the task force is gathering. The work I will highlight sheds light on very specific pieces of African American economic outcomes, but the way those pieces fit into a whole is a complex story beyond the scope of this testimony. The economics literature on the Great Migration has been steadily expanding, particularly in the last decade. This growth is due in part to newly available data sets, but also to a gradual, though certainly incomplete shift in the profession towards studying a more diverse set of experiences in the United States economic development. I want to emphasize that economists' knowledge of the Great Migration is certainly incomplete and steadily evolving. In my remaining time, I will outline the most recent attempts of economists to understand the economic forces driving the decisions of African Americans to migrate, the outcomes of those migrants in their new towns and cities, and the ways those cities evolve as a consequence of the inflows of migrants. While much of the decision to migrate out of the South was certainly related to the pervasive and institutionalized discrimination of Jim Crow, economic opportunity played a clear role in the timing and the geography of the Great Migration. The early waves of migrants were attracted north, in part by the increased demand for workers to meet the industrial production needs of World War I. Increasing employment opportunities in sectors such as manufacturing would continue to draw workers out of the South through the middle of the 20th century. The geographic distribution of these economic opportunities, in conjunction with the layout of the existing transportation networks, strongly influenced patterns of outmigration. This is clearly seen in the case of California, where migrants were drawn heavily from the states along the Southern Pacific Sunset Route. In 1950, over 40% of California's African American population was born in either Texas or Louisiana. While transportation networks heavily influenced the initial connections between sending and receiving states, these connections were then reinforced by the social networks that provided information to family back home in the South and assistance navigating local labor and housing markets for subsequent waves of migrants. Ebbs and flows in the rate of migration through these networks was driven in part by fluctuations in economic conditions throughout the South. Downturns in the agricultural sector, most famously the devastation of the boll weevil, were particularly predictive of increased outmigration from different states. In the middle of the Great Migration, over 1/3 of African American males in the South were farmers or farm laborers. Contrast this with the occupational distribution for African Americans in California at the same time, in which only 5% remained in farming, with far more individuals working the skilled trades in the service sector. It was not simply this change in job opportunities that led to brighter economic prospects outside of the South. Educational opportunities were better as well. Spending on public schools was higher outside of the South. In 1960, California's school expenditures per pupil were 27% higher than those in Texas, 14% higher than those in Louisiana, and almost 90% higher than those in Arkansas. These are the three states that contributed the most migrants to California during the Great Migration. The impacts of these differences in overall spending were compounded by underinvestment in Black schools relative to white schools and the segregated public school systems of the South. Clearly, the Great Migration led to a substantial increase in educational opportunities, something visible in far higher high school graduation rates for African Americans in the receiving states relative to the South. Returning to my earlier comparison, 85% of African American males born in California in the 1940s graduated high school. That figure is 76% for Texas, 68% for Louisiana, and only 67% for Arkansas. The move from labor markets and schools of the South to those of the North and West did indeed improve economic outcome. Average incomes for employed Black males in California were nearly double those in the South in 1950 and would still be 55% higher in 1970. Despite these large gains, though, from migration, the earnings gap between African American and white individuals remained large by the end of the Great Migration. There are a variety of reasons this was the case. First, the same economic opportunity that drew African Americans to the cities of the Northeast, Midwest, and West drew white Southerners as well. These white migrants similarly saw their educational and economic outcomes improve. Second, upon migration, African Americans still faced substantial discrimination in the labor market. Early waves of migrants often found that high-paying jobs were unavailable to them and faced low-paying, unskilled work and unemployment. Indeed, part of the delay in the initial migration of Black Southerners north was the preference among employers for hiring white European immigrants over African Americans. Job opportunities for African Americans remained very constrained until the flow of European immigration was severely restricted in the 1920s. As the decades progressed, discrimination would continue to depress the wages of African Americans relative to whites. Due to racial discrimination in hiring, additional arrivals of African American workers competed amongst each other for jobs, not necessarily against white workers. Consequently, additional arrivals of African Americans in northern cities had minimal impacts on white wages, but significant negative impacts on Black wages. Finally, the responses of local residents and governments to the Great Migration also contributed directly to the persistence of Black-white earning gaps. With the arrival of African Americans, white residents responded by moving to the suburbs and later the exurbs of cities. Estimates suggest that in northern cities, each Black arrival led to 2.7 white departures from the city. Through the 40s, 50s, and 60s, cities became increasingly segregated, with Black populations concentrated in city centers surrounded by largely white suburbs. Los Angeles provides a clear example. By 1970, despite an overall African American population share of 11%, the typical Black individual in Los Angeles lived in a census tract that was 72% African American. This choice to move to the suburbs was not necessarily available to Black residents. Racially restrictive housing covenants, discriminatory zoning ordinances, lending policies, including those of the Federal Housing Administration, and more informal forms of discrimination kept Black families from living in these neighborhoods and utilizing the amenities they provided, particularly well-funded public schools. As responses to the Great Migration led to segregation, Black households were faced with declining house values, de facto segregated schools, and decreased access to jobs and public goods. These factors have all contributed to lower rates of upward economic mobility in recent decades for those cities that had the largest inflows of Black residents during the Great Migration. These long-run economic consequences of the Great Migration are relevant to any discussion of reparations. The economic history of the Great Migration is one of an African American population going to great lengths to further their economic and social position. It's an example of precisely the type of individual initiative, industriousness, and perseverance that underpin those notions of an American dream. However, it reveals the formal and informal constraints that limited the economic opportunity available to African Americans despite that drive. In that respect, the Great Migration provides a cautionary note that regardless of the desire of reparations recipients to make lasting improvements to their lives and those of future generations, any success in doing so will be constrained by the persistence and the evolution of discrimination in schooling, housing markets, labor markets, and beyond. The case of the Great Migration highlights that reparations should be considered in conjunction with continued effort to eliminate discrimination in all of the various arenas that govern economic outcomes. Without doing this, they will likely disappoint their proponents and provide a straw man for their critics. Reparations alone cannot correct for centuries of economic disadvantage unless the structures that perpetuate that disadvantage as long as the structures that perpetuate that disadvantage well after emancipation continue to exist and to evolve. With that, those are the comments I prepared, and I look forward to any and all questions from the task force. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Parman, for your expert testimony. At this time, we will move to our next expert witness, Ms. Isabel Wilkerson.
More, I think Ms. Wilkerson is still logging on. Perhaps we can move to Professor Hudson, who is next on our testimony list.
Okay, thank you. Professor Hudson, you are recognized and you may begin your expert testimony.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all about this important issue. I'm going to focus my talk today, my comments, on the violence that Great Migration families experienced in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s as a result, oftentimes, of their success in the kinds of endeavors that Professor Parman was just speaking about in the job market and issues around housing. My comments today focus on the racial terror that African Americans experienced in California in the 1940s and 50s and beyond, and mostly I'll talk today about Southern California families, though the acts of violence that I'll be describing happened across the state. This testimony that I'm giving is based on my research that I did on racial terror for my book, West of Jim Crow. I'm going to be focusing on the Ku Klux Klan in California, and it's important to say that while the Klan might be one of the most visible groups that attacked Black homeowners, Black workers, and Black families in California, just one group that terrorized Black Californians, and there would be many other offshoots of the Klan on white supremacist groups that would do the work of segregation and white supremacy. But I'll be focusing my comments today on the Klan. Now, when we think about the Ku Klux Klan, in spite of much evidence to the contrary, I think Americans still tend to focus on the Klan of the South and the Klan of the 19th century that was formed in Reconstruction to do exactly the kinds of things that Doug Blackman's work has shown us, which is to keep African Americans in a state of terror as close to slavery as possible. However, the second Klan, as it's called usually, of the 1920s, was a Klan that was especially strong in the Midwest and in the West and in California. By 1921, the Los Angeles Examiner and the Black newspaper, the California Eagle, announced that the Klan had arrived in Los Angeles. The fledgling branch of the LA NAACP was quick to note the dangers that were coming with the Klan, and Charlotta Bass, publisher of the Eagle, would be one of the most important watchdogs of the Klan in California. She would regularly publish in the pages of her newspaper any information that she could get about the doings of the Klan in and around Southern California. Now, the extent of the Klan's popularity in Southern California, which is where they first organized, was revealed in 1922 when the LA County District Attorney raided the headquarters of the Klan in downtown LA. What they found was staggering. There were over 3,000 Klan members in LA County alone, and law enforcement from nearly every city in the state appeared on the list of the lists of Klansmen that were confiscated from those headquarters. There were, for example, 25 San Francisco policemen named on the membership lists. These membership lists were printed in newspapers across the state, and cities up and down California scrambled to address the fact that their city offices were filled with members of the Klan. Now, one would think that this kind of exposure would shut down the terrorist group. But in fact, as the local NAACP noted when they wrote to the headquarters, the Klan continued to operate in and across Southern California as if the raid had never happened and the exposure. In fact, recruiting events and parades were hosted by the Riverside Klan, the Anaheim Klan, the Oakland Klan, and on and on. Now, the 1930s is a time when we think that the Klan kind of disappeared in the United States, partly because of the rhetoric coming out of Germany and the unpopularity of this kind of white supremacist extreme rhetoric. It's true that a lot of members disbanded, a lot of chapters disbanded, and people couldn't pay their dues during the Great Depression. But that never happened, it never disappeared in California. And I think this is something that I wanted to emphasize here today, which is California was one of the few states that continued to have an active Klan throughout the era. They marched regularly in downtown Los Angeles and continued to recruit members up and down the state. Now, on to the Great Migration. As you know from previous testimony and from the other days you've had of hearings, the Great Migration, of course, attracted thousands and thousands of African Americans to the state, hoping for better jobs, education, and opportunities of all kinds, the kinds of things that Professor Parman has just been speaking about. Few of those Great Migration families thought that they would encounter the racial terror that we associate with the South, namely the Klan. But this influx of migrants, and particularly the presence of Black vets of World War II and Black homeowners, was deeply disturbing to white supremacists in the state. Some moved to action. Now, one of the most devastating examples of Klan violence is the story of O'Day Short, and I want to just tell you this story briefly during my time. O'Day Short was a refrigeration engineer who in 1945 purchased a 5-acre plot within the city limits of Fontana. Now, many African Americans, like Short, had been attracted and drawn to Fontana for jobs in Kaiser's new steel manufacture plant. These were good jobs. Of course, African Americans were also flocking to Richmond in Northern California for jobs with Kaiser. Now, the Shorts were the first Black family. This was O'Day Short, his wife, and 2 children. They were the first Black family to move into the city limits. Most African Americans had been pushed below, as they said, baseline street in a Black segregated neighborhood. As soon as the Shorts moved in, they were threatened by 2 deputy sheriffs who visited the property and told Short that he was out of bounds. Subsequently, the real estate agent who had sold O'Day Short the property visited and told Short, "We had a meeting about your case. If I were you, I'd get my family off this property at once." Now, at this point, O'Day Short took very calculated actions, and he reported this visit to his attorney and to the Black press. The Los Angeles Sentinel, a Black newspaper, published an exclusive front-page interview with O'Day Short. Under a banner headline, they recounted Short's encounter with the vigilantes and his dangerous predicament. Short's attorney, Ivan Johnson, was the law partner of Lauren Miller. Miller had recently been leading the legal charge against restrictive covenants, a well-known attorney in California. 10 days after the Sentinel published the story about the threat O'Day Short received, the Shorts' home burst into flames. The fire that engulfed the property began with an explosion, and neighbors rushed to the scene. Helen, the wife, and 2 children as well as O'Day Short, were rushed off to the hospital. But the little girl, Carol Ann, died 15 minutes after they were admitted to Southern Permanente Hospital. The son, Barry, died the next morning, Monday morning, and their mother, Helen, died that same day on Monday. As soon as the flames subsided, there were multiple theories about how this explosion started and a massive cover-up of evidence. While the local NAACP immediately opened an investigation, and the Black press, including the California Eagle and the Sentinel, were on the scene interviewing neighbors and witnesses, it was clear to the members of the community that this murder was being covered up. O'Day Short died on January 21st, almost immediately after the district attorney told him that his wife and children had died. His murder and that of his family became the subject of a grand jury investigation, but the results were inconclusive. Members of the NAACP, the labor movement, the Black press continued to demand justice, but to no avail. The LA Sentinel described the situation this way. Jim Crow had kept Short from finding a home in Los Angeles. Jim Crow had cast him in the role of a violator of community traditions if he built a house on the lot he purchased. Jim Crow had warped the sense of duty of deputy sheriffs to the extent that they themselves had joined in a plan to deprive an American citizen of his constitutional rights. All the Shorts are dead. Only Jim Crow is alive. Now, this was not the only case of terror that African American families experienced in the 1940s and 50s. It's one of the most dramatic. But the 1946, the situation in Los Angeles was exploding. A flaming cross was placed on the lawn in front of the Hickerson family in South Central LA. The Hickersons had lived in the house for 2 years and had been waging a court battle against restrictive covenants. They were the only African Americans on their block. The police called the cross burning incident a childish prank. That same year, a fiery cross was burned in front of the Jewish fraternity at USC. College students also found KKK burned into their lawn. That same fraternity had also recently signed a petition against the use of restrictive covenants. 2 days later, a cross burned in front of Paul Aubrey's home on East 58th Drive in Los Angeles, and he too was fighting a restrictive covenant case. And there are several other examples. For the most part, The mayor of LA did nothing, and these attacks continued throughout the 50s. The assault on Southern California Great Migration families by the Klan and aided by police departments, real estate brokers, and federal loan programs paved the way for segregated neighborhoods that languished without city services. Although the Klan violence peaked in 1946 and it never returned to that level, in some ways it became superfluous as new groups formed the core of the backlash against the Black freedom struggle. And I'm speaking now about the many white supremacist groups that proliferated after Brown versus Board of Education, after the much publicized March on Washington, sit-in movements, SNCC, etc. But it's important to emphasize that while it might look different, this kind of violence continued well past 1946. The perpetrators of the violence didn't always wear white hoods, but they were very clear on who they were attacking. And Black homeowners in particular formed the core of this group. The white supremacist violence of the 1940s found new expression across the country and in California after Brown versus Board, and in Fontana as well. The backlash against school desegregation and the concomitant revival of the Klan became so successful in Fontana that by 1965, President Lyndon Johnson ordered an investigation into Fontana's Klan activities. 2 years earlier, in 1963, an African-American captain in the U.S. Air Force bought a house in San Bernardino only to watch it destroyed by arsonists before he and his family could move in. Little had changed in the 17 years since the murder of the Shorts. The Golden State had long punished African Americans who dared to challenge segregation, and some paid with their lives. And again, I've given you examples that took place largely in Southern California, but what I want to emphasize is when I was doing my research on Klan violence, using the records of the NAACP regional office that are located at the Bancroft Library at University of California, Berkeley, and also the NAACP records at the Library of Congress, I found just as many examples of violence against Great Migration families that were perpetrated by the Klan and other white supremacist groups that took place in the Bay Area, that took place farther north and farther south in San Diego. I have focused today my comments on Southern California, just to keep my comments brief. And I also want to emphasize what I said at the beginning of my testimony, which is, while I focused on a group that's readily visible and known to Americans, the KKK, and I have done that intentionally because it has so often been assumed that that kind of group did not operate in California. It's also the case that many other groups who are not as visible and not as well known were also targeting Black homeowners, successful African Americans, and African Americans who are challenging the kind of restrictive covenants and segregation and white supremacist practices in the state. Thank you for this opportunity to share this research with all of you, and I look forward to comments and questions. And I wish you all the best with this important work. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hudson, for your expert testimony. We will now recognize our next expert, Ms. Isabel Wilkerson. Welcome. You're recognized, and you can begin your expert testimony when you're ready.
Thank you so very much. I am Isabel Wilkerson, the author of The Warmth of Other Suns and Caste, The Origins of Our Discontents. I am the daughter of survivors of Jim Crow. I am a daughter of the Great Migration. My parents grew up under formal segregation in the racial caste system of the American South. And my ancestors before them were either born into Jim Crow or into enslavement. I am the direct descendant of the history and legacy of both suffering and strength, of trauma and transcendence. I was raised directly by people who defected the Jim Crow South to pursue their dreams in the North during the Great Migration, only to find themselves further suppressed by redlining and restrictive covenants and de facto segregation in the place of refuge. I am testifying because not enough Americans know the true and full history of our country or the origins of the divisions that we now face, and thus of the karmic, social, and economic indebtedness to African Americans that the country has inherited. I believe that knowing our country's history is the first step toward overcoming the challenges we face as a nation. It was my honor and privilege to be tutored in the lived experience of what African Americans endured in the 20th century when I interviewed and talked with more than 1,200 people across the country who participated in the Great Migration, including hundreds that I spoke to who migrated to California. The Great Migration was the mass relocation of 6 million African Americans from the Jim Crow South to the cities of the North and West from World War I until the 1970s. It was the only time in American history that American citizens had to flee the land of their birth just to be recognized as the citizens that they had always been. No other group of Americans has had to act like immigrants in order to be recognized as citizens. This migration, like other migrations in human history, was not about geography. It was about freedom and how far people are willing to go to achieve it. It is a measure of the repression that they were facing in the South, that they were willing to journey across the country farther than some current day immigrants in search of freedom, in search of the freedom that was denied them in the region of their birth. This was a seeking of political asylum within the borders of one's own country. They were fleeing a caste system known as Jim Crow. It was an artificial hierarchy in which everything that you could and could not do was based upon what you looked like, your perceived identity, and your assigned location within that hierarchy. This caste system was so arcane and repressive that it was against the law for a Black person and a white person to merely play checkers together in Birmingham. You could go to jail if you were caught playing checkers with a person of a different race. This caste system was so tightly devised that in courtrooms throughout the South, there was actually a Black Bible and an altogether separate white Bible to swear to tell the truth on in court. The very word of God was segregated in the caste system of the Jim Crow South. This was the concept of purity versus pollution that is a hallmark of caste and which extended into every sphere of life. The majority of Black people who have ever lived in this country were excluded from the body politic, excluded from the economy that depended upon them, consigned to the lowliest and most dangerous work, consigned to hard labor or servitude, and openly underpaid in the 20th century, if paid at all, especially under the institution of sharecropping. This artificial hierarchy required a tremendous amount of violence to sustain, such that every 4 days an African American was lynched for some perceived breach of the protocols of caste in the first 4 decades of the 20th century. As Black Southerners made their way out of that world, they followed 3 beautifully predictable streams, as in any migration throughout human history. The East Coast stream carried people from Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas, and Virginia to Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, New York, and on up the East Coast. The Midwest stream carried people from Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, and Arkansas to Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, and the entire Midwest. And then there was the West Coast stream, which carried people from Louisiana and Texas out to California and the entire West Coast. It was a redistribution of an entire people. Before the Great Migration began, 90% of all African Americans were living in, nearly held captive in the South. By the time the Great Migration was over in the 1970s, nearly half of all African Americans were living outside of the South. This was the first time in American history that the lowest caste people signaled en masse that they had options and were willing to take them. That had not happened in the 3 centuries that African Americans had been on the soil by that time. It had not happened in the 12 generations of enslavement that preceded nearly a century of Jim Crow. How many greats do you have to add to the word grandparent to begin to conceive of how long enslavement lasted in the United States? Let me put enslavement in perspective. Enslavement was the systematic dehumanization of an entire people, the conversion of human beings into commodities, the holding hostage of an entire people for the enrichment of others and of the country, enforced with a level of brutality that many Americans have not had a chance to learn of, a level of enforcement that would have been in violation of the Geneva Convention had it applied to African Americans. Slavery lasted for so long, and again, this is the precursor of the world in which we live today, a precursor of Jim Crow, and a precursor of many of the divisions we live with. Slavery lasted for so long that it will not be until next year, 2022, that the United States will have been a free and independent nation for as long as slavery lasted on this soil. No adult alive today will be alive at the point at which African Americans will have been free for as long as African Americans were enslaved. That will not happen until the year 2111. It will not be until the year 2111 that African Americans will reach parity between slavery and freedom. We need to remember that the earliest waves of Black Southerners to arrive in the North and West were recruited to the North and West to fill labor shortages in the steel mills, factories, and shipyards. But it turned out that the North wanted the labor, but did not want the people. How exactly do you do that? The response to the Great Migration in these receiving stations of the North and West was to build structural barriers of exclusion, of restrictive covenants, which forbade even those white people who might have wanted to sell to Black people from doing so. The response to the Great Migration was to institute redlining and mortgage lending, which denied federally backed mortgages in any neighborhood in which Black people lived, thus excluding by law and by policy the parents, grandparents, or great-grandparents of most every African American alive today from the greatest source of family wealth in this country, from home ownership, from the American dream itself. It is this exclusion from the generational wealth that arises from home ownership that accounts in large part for the racial wealth gap in which white people whose ancestors were the beneficiaries of these exclusionary policies have 10 times the wealth of Black Americans, a wealth gap that one study showed would take, at the current rate, 228 years to close. 228 years. Thus, the caste system followed the migrants wherever they went and became not merely a Southern phenomenon, but a national one. As in other states and cities, even after restrictive covenants were struck down as unconstitutional at mid-century, white residents of Los Angeles resisted Black incursions into the strongholds of Glendale, Canoga Park, Hawthorne, and most of San Fernando Valley. There, in the valley suburb of Pacoima, a World War II veteran, Emory Hestus Holmes, moved his family into a 3-bedroom home in 1959 and faced a relentless campaign to force them out. The white neighbors, according to the historian Josh Sides and news reports, bombarded them with phone calls in the middle of the night, harassed them with nonstop visits from random delivery services that they hadn't asked for, repairmen and exterminators they hadn't called, and taxis that they had not ordered. They threw rocks into their windows, left tacks in their driveway, sent a hearse to pick up, quote unquote, the deceased. They burned a cross on their lawn and spray painted their garage with the words, "Black cancer lives here. Don't let this spread." This was in 1959, within the lifespan of millions of people alive today. The Holmeses stayed. Holmes sued the neighbors and went on to become a housing rights activist and a founder of the San Fernando Valley Fair Housing Council. He had fled Jim Crow only to have to fight James Crow in California. The Great Migration was the first time in American history that the lowest caste people, such as Holmes, actually had the chance to choose for themselves what they would do with their God-given talents and where they would pursue them. Think about those cotton fields and those rice plantations and those sugar plantations and those tobacco fields. On those sugar plantations and tobacco fields and rice plantations and cotton fields were opera singers, jazz musicians, playwrights, novelists, surgeons, attorneys, professors, accountants, legislators. And how do we know that? We know that because that is what they and their children and their grandchildren and now great-grandchildren have often chosen to become once they had the chance to choose for themselves what they would do with their God-given talents. The majority of African Americans in the North, the Midwest, and the West are descendants of the Great Migration. But the people who made the migration did not often talk about the traumas of Jim Crow. It is a measure of all that they suffered that they very rarely spoke of the world that they had escaped. When they left for good. They did not look back. It was too painful to do so. They didn't want to burden their children with what they had endured, the repression, the dehumanization, the dangers that they had lived under. When people seek to deny the harm suffered by African Americans at the hands of the state, they often dismiss slavery as a long ago grievance, when in fact, not only do we currently live with the unaddressed history of slavery, we do not have to go back to slavery to document the exclusion, inequities, and brutalities African Americans have endured. Much of the harm and exclusion of African Americans happened within the lifespan of people alive today. The story of African Americans has been an ongoing fight for recognition of one's humanity and citizenship, a constant pressing against the wind to rise above the station to which African Americans have been confined, meaning the bottom of the caste system that they did not create, did not wish to be a part of, and have sought to escape from the very beginning. I believe reparations are a natural and necessary part of the country's reckoning with its history, of coming to terms with the consequences of a history that still plagues us as a nation, and which has frayed the social fabric and harms every single citizen, whether they realize it or not. Whenever people talk to me about their response to my work, they usually say, I had no idea. I had no idea that this happened in our country. I had no idea that this happened in the region in which I live. I had no idea that this happened so recently. I had no idea. Not having an idea has consequences. It affects how people vote, where they choose to live, whom they choose to hire or to grant a mortgage, where they send their children to school, where they and the country invest its resources or withhold its resources. I believe that we need a massive education effort and an honest and robust truth and reconciliation commitment to lay bare the true history of this country so that every citizen can know the ways in which the state has systematically favored some groups and excluded others, and why reparations are a long overdue part of any serious effort to heal our country, to atone for the past and for current injustices, and to rectify continuing disparities. I believe that if the majority of Americans knew the true, full history of what was sacrificed to create this country, they would be calling for reparations themselves. Thank you so much for inviting me to testify, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkerson, for your moving expert testimony. I would now like to recognize Bertha Gorman for her personal testimony. And Ms. Gorman, you can begin your testimony when you are ready. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. And I am just so thrilled to have heard Isabel Wilkerson. That was phenomenal. I've just read her books, and she is just a treasure. I also am so grateful to this distinguished group on the reparations. And I would like to say good morning to each of you. I'm Bertha Gaffney Gorman, and I'm honored to have this opportunity to tell my family's story. I hope our story will further the understanding of the legacy of harm, the PTSD that our people suffer caused by my ancestors and their descendants as a result of their enslavement in South Carolina and in Texas, and the discrimination that followed them from Texas to New Mexico to California. My paternal family's enslavement can be traced back to the early 1800s to Charleston, South Carolina, where they were enslaved by white Irish immigrants whose family came to New York in 1797. Records show that Peter and Martha Gaffney owned slaves in New York, but left the city when slavery was officially ended there and moved to Charleston, South Carolina, where slavery was in full force. They already were rich when they arrived in South Carolina, having made their fortune in mercantile in New York. In South Carolina, they expanded their wealth with the ownership of humans. They profit from their labor of the enslaved people who worked for them and whose labor they contracted out and whose bodies they sold. A few years before the beginning of the Civil War, the Gaffneys decided again to leave South Carolina for Texas. They sold off many of the people they owned in preparation for the move to Red River County in East Texas. The plan, as I understand it, was that Martha would go ahead by train with some of their finest furnishings and with their about 20 plus slaves for the purpose of setting up the home, starting their businesses, and their move to Red River County in East Texas. Peter would stay behind to settle their affairs, which included selling off property and the remaining people that they owned or enslaved. However, Peter Gaffney never made it to Texas. He engaged in a duel and was killed, and Martha Gaffney settled in Texas alone. Among the slaves taken to Texas by Martha Gaffney were my parents, my paternal great-great-grandparents, Samuel and Sophia. According to my dad, one of Samuel's brothers was sold downriver, as they said, during the transition, but escaped and found his way to his family in Texas years later. Now, in Texas, Martha bought a lot of land because they were rich in a rural area outside a town called Parksville that is noted then and today for its hanging tree that stood in the middle of the town square. This is the area where I was born in 1940. My dad's father was born in Texas 1 year after the declaration of the de facto slavery that followed the June 19th announcement. My father was born 47 years after slavery, and my mother was born in 1916, barely 50 years after slavery. I never observed the 4th of July until I came to California in 1959. My family celebrated Juneteenth, that as it's called now. So I grew up listening to the stories and the stories of my parents and of my grandparents and of my great-grandparents, of their experiences as enslaved people. The Black people who lived in the communities outside of Clarksville, where my family was settled, shared a common reality: hard work, poverty, and brutality. They also shared a common fear that their future and that of their children would be the same. The Emancipation Proclamation signed by President Lincoln and General Order Number 3 that was delivered to the slaveholders in 1965 were precognitive of what was to come. Both established the relationship between slave owners, former slaveholders, and former enslaved people would be that between employer and hired labor. They both warned that free people could not engage in vagrancy. They would be with the threat that they would be arrested and put to jail. So what did this mean for my family and others like them? So seldom having left the area where they were born, lived, and worked all of their lives, these free people knew little of opportunities outside their own community and their own situation. So they continued to work for their enslavers, to live in the same shacks, and to experience the same cruelties and control. My family was given a small plot of land at the end of slavery. These communities still exist, inhabited by the descendants of the enslaved, including members of my own family. I believe, as my dad did and his father before him, that the US government was complicit in continuing slavery in Texas for a number of reasons. As to the claim that the soldiers were needed to keep the peace, they believed and witnessed that Black people had no choice but to stay in place in Texas. When they tried to leave, they were brought back and punished as vagrants and criminals, and they were often beaten, jailed, or both. So even though my ancestors were free on paper, they were not in reality. I remember the whispered and frightening stories of beating, castrations, and hangings. I remember my father and other males hiding in storm cellars and in the woods because the Klan was rioting. There were stories of children who were born of rapes and illegal relationships. In fact, one of my cousins, who became the largest landowner in the area, inherited his white father's land, and he had to leave because of it. My father only went to the third grade, but he was intelligent and highly skilled in mechanics, farming, and animal husbandry. In 1948, our family moved to Commerce to work a well-known farm there still is called Aberwich Ranch, which is about 70 miles east of Clarksville. Jim Clark hired him out to teach classes in animal husbandry at the Agricultural College, which is now Texas A&M in Commerce, where he was paid as a field hand. In my mind, Texas remained hateful and cruel. The hanging tree was a constant reminder to Black people of what happened or what would happen to them if they stepped out of their place. I know from my parents that an uncle was castrated for alleging having sex with a white woman. I know for a fact that my brother was beaten for staying on the sidewalks when a white woman passed. He was 16 years old. Because the land we lived on was considered private, the government provided no school, no services, no health care, or even cemeteries for our dead. Former slaves built one-room schoolhouse that my parents attended, and that I attended only sporadically. They paid the salary and room and board for a teacher. They had to because it was not provided to them. When the family were unable to pay a teacher, there was no school. I did not attend school regularly until I was almost 9 years old. I was taught to read by my mom. The school still stands in the community as a church. The families, including mine, we donate annually to care for the cemetery and the graves of our ancestors. I attended school for the first time when I was 9 years old and my family moved to Commerce, Texas, where I attended the segregated Black school with no electricity, running water, or indoor plumbing until 1953 when a new school was built. But the teachers were caring, and very concerned with the education of Black children. So in that way, I was very, very lucky. My father was unable to sustain the family above poverty because of the economic negativity bred by the post-slavery culture. Although my grandparents and parents were hard workers and landowners who grew and raised their own food, the systems required them to buy on credit food staples, seeds, farming equipment, clothing, and tools from the company store owned by whites. The debt was due when the crops were harvested, after which there was very little money left, and the process of credit began all over again. The form of economics negatively impacted our education as well. As children, we were critical to the harvesting and were unable to attend school until after the crops were gathered, sometimes as late as November and December. The hanging tree continues as a living symbol of racism and hatred in Clarksville. The tree was there when I was a child, and it was there when I visited in 2018. We live 3 miles outside of the town of Commerce and often walk to and from school, and white kids would drive out in their trucks hurling rocks and insults at us. To avoid them, we walked through the wooded areas, and one day one of my sisters fell through a rotted board in an abandoned well and almost drowned. We were able to save her. My brother was beaten, as I said earlier, because he did not move off the sidewalk for a white woman. We moved to New Mexico in 1956, where we had no relatives, and there were barely 100 Black people in the town, but our opportunities were actually much better. I was able to attend a well-equipped school. My classmates were First Nation or Indian people, whites, Mexicans, and a very few Black kids. But it was a very tight-knit school and a very tight-knit community, I should say. I was an honor student throughout the school, my high school, and ours was still a working farm, but my father was paid better and our living standards were improved. And so we were okay in a way. However, all of the teachers in the school were white, and racism among them was prevalent. I wrote a story for an English class, and the white male teacher gave me an F and accused me of plagiarism in front of the class, though he never told me or explained what it was I was supposed to have plagiarized. My brother, who was in the same class with me, punched the teacher and was kicked out of school. Had we been in Texas, my brother probably would have been killed or severely beaten by whites for hitting a white man. My parents continued to carry the Texas fear, and my brother had to leave. Although I was an honor student throughout high school, and the teachers in New Mexico never spoke to me about college or about scholarships or any of those things. I traveled interstate on the Greyhound bus twice in my life, once to visit my uncle in Denver and the second time to move to California. I traveled alone to Denver when I was 16 years old, and I had to sit in the back of the bus. I could not sit or eat inside the bus station, and I had to get food through a window in the back and eat outside. There were colored only signs and white only signs, as well as no N-word signs posted all over the place, and all of the toilets were out in an outhouse away from the bus station. After graduating high school in New Mexico in 1955, I worked in the local cleaners, for the summer to earn money for the bus trip to Sacramento. I came because of City College and because I was told by my auntie that it was free. I only had to pay for books and $3 per unit. My first job in California was as a babysitter. I lost that job when I signed up to take a test for a clerk position with the state of California, but I was not allowed to take the test. It was 1959, and I was given every imaginable excuse. They weren't given the test. They had already given the test. They lost my application. The fact is, I was never able to take a test for a clerk. I continued at City College, went to a business school, got a certificate as a early contometer operator. That's something you never hear about at any time. But my point in my closing, I think I'm closer to my 10 minutes, was that at every step of the way in my growth and in my career and in my education, I have experienced discrimination, pay inequities, sexism, sexual harassment, you name it. I landed a temporary job, for example, no test was required, and this was with the state of California, calculating state employees' contribution to the Social Security system. I was highly recommended to take the job as a supervisor because my boss, who was a white woman, felt that I was the most qualified to do so. The director told her that I was hired until I went in to meet him, at which time he decided and told her in front of me that he couldn't hire me as a supervisor. I was too young. I didn't have enough experience. I'm not taking the exam, and no one would accept me as a supervisor. But then he offered, you can stay on until I find someone else. And so, being my father's daughter, I walked. I was the first Black woman hired at the Wonder Bakery. You see the signs here in Sacramento for those who live here. The job paid well, but the atmosphere was toxic. I was on my way to work when I heard that John F. Kennedy had been shot. I was devastated. And when I walked into the office, my white supervisor said, "Did you hear that that nigger lover was killed and he was shot by a nigger?" And she laughed. Well, Kamala the dog. So later, she was killed in an accident, and I was given her position, which drew the outrage of a white male colleague in Sacramento after ranting that I didn't deserve the job because I was an unqualified affirmative action hire. He let me know that you got the job, but I'm still free, white, and 21. My life changed with the EOP program at Sacramento State College, which allowed me to go back and do what I really wanted to do, which was to study journalism. I quit my job at Wonder Bakery and enrolled full-time at Sac State, worked part-time at Sacramento Bee as an intern, and raised 2 small children. In 1970, I was offered an opportunity to study at the University of Uppsala in Sweden, and I took it, which was one of the best things that I could have done for myself and my children. When I was returned, I was hired at the Bee full-time as a first full-time Black African-American woman as a writer. The interesting thing about the Sacramento Bee, and I loved being a reporter, was that speaking of the Ku Klux Klan, I had done a special story, traveling the South, writing about the South after Martin Luther King. I interviewed David Duke. When I came back, I showed my photos to the photo editor at the Sacramento Bee, and he looked at David Duke's photos and he said, I always knew that young man was going to be great. Now, all of my life, I lived in Oak Park, a Black community here in Sacramento. I lived there because of housing discrimination and the inability for Black people to choose where they wanted to live. That did not occur until the passing of the Rampant Fair Housing Act. I believe it was 1963-64. I don't quite remember for sure. But we had no choice except to live in Oak Park and Del Paso Heights, and then later Glen Elder and several other communities that still tend to be predominantly Black, except for Oak Park, which has been totally gentrified. The house where I raised my kids on 33rd Street in Oak Park, most people cannot afford to live there anymore. And certainly Black people will not be able to move there. That is how much change has occurred. I'm going to end there. This has been a very emotional memory trip for me. I really want to I am open to responding to your questions. I've listened to several of the sessions and I have been so impressed. The work that you're doing is absolutely wonderful, and I absolutely applaud you for the efforts. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the outcome of it. So that's my personal story.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman, for offering your personal testimony. It was incredibly moving and I learned a lot. So thank you very much. At this time, it's 12:15, and we will now turn to the task force, who will have the opportunity to ask questions and provide comments to those who have provided expert and personal testimony today. I'll lead this discussion. I would like to turn to Ms. Gorman. I have a question for you. Ideally, what would an ideal reparations package look like for you to account for everything that you and your family has gone through in this country and in this state?
I believe that what my father and my mom and others in my family always emphasized was the importance, one, that education was really key. The other was homeownership, that you have to buy a piece of land, that you've got to own something. To me, a reparation for my family, I'm blessed. My boys are both well educated and professional. So I have 4 grandchildren who all have graduated major universities. But for going forward, I think it would be critical to be able to provide free education through at least community college, and at least provide interest-free loans for graduate studies or doctorate studies, or however a person wants to be, but also for a person who wishes not maybe to go to college, but would like instead to study a craft, that they would have the same opportunity that is provided by the government. Healthcare, I think, is critical. Those things will continue to be on our radar, and I think those are the kinds of things that are absolutely must be supported by just our people as a whole. Education, healthcare, financial security. How do you gain that? It means that we need support. So many of our people need that support in order to get into home ownership, equity. So I know that's sort of all over the place, and I would, if I may, I'll share this with you. one of the things that happened when I went to Sweden, and that was in 1970, the first thing I received was a healthcare card for me and my kids. That was the same thing every other immigrant, every Swedish citizen also received, universal healthcare. So there was never any concern about that. The other thing that was amazing to me was every parent was given a monthly allowance to ensure that you could provide what your child needed. Now, some people didn't get the memo and they got into serious trouble. But if your child was seen outside without the proper winter coat on, you could be brought to task. A third thing that I really found there that I think would be good for our country and everybody, and if everyone benefits, maybe unlike the mass, they'll support it, and that is housing for elderly. So that there was no worry about people getting old and not having a place to live. And finally, I'll say this, that I was really impressed with, because as a single mother, I was divorced, raising my 2 sons alone. There was childcare. And the childcare was even provided on Saturday, because as a working mom, as a student and working and so forth, well, mothers sometimes need a break. And the childcare, I could send my kids to play with the kiddie set in a safe space on Saturday. So those are some of the things I would like to see that our people have access to. I don't know how, I think it's possible actually. It's just, well, where do we get the will to make it happen?
Thank you for that robust response. I truly appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Gorman. At this time, I would like to recognize any other task force members who would like to provide a comment or question at this time. I'm not able to see everyone on the screen, so if you would like to be recognized, just feel free to speak up.
Hi, I'm going to jump in. This is Lisa Holder, a member of the task force. I'm overwhelmed. I just found your scholarship and your personal stories to be so illuminating, so insightful, and so authentic and genuine. So I appreciate you so much. I'm so impressed by you, and I'm so happy that we are being educated by people with such profound skills about our history. One of the things that I would ask you as a group, the 5 of you, I mean, collectively, you have so much brilliance and so much experience with scholarship and research. Now, one of the powers that this body has is the power, is subpoena power. We haven't talked about that, but that is a critical power that allows us to subpoena information. I know that many of you as researchers would probably love to have that kind of judicial sort of backing that would allow you to literally send out interrogatories to institutions and government and private equity and say, give me your papers on this issue. And so I want us as a body to effectively utilize that awesome subpoena power. So I'm asking you to give us some insights as brilliant researchers as how you would exercise that subpoena power in gathering information from different industries and institutions that would inform this study of reparations.
Well, go ahead, Isabel.
Okay. I believe that because this is fairly recent, we're talking about 1968 was the Fair Housing Act. We're talking 1964 and 65, the Civil Rights legislation of 64, the Voting Rights Act of 65. One of the things that I would be interested in is to go back to those realtors, to go back to the bankers, to go back to the school boards, the people who were in a position to enact and to enforce these discriminatory laws and customs and protocols. The people would still be alive. There are many people who very likely would still be alive. This is one area where we'd be able to go back and recreate, to be able to build upon our understanding of what happened. That's one reason why I'm in favor of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission overall, because the people who were participants on all sides of this need to be able to come forward and to speak about what happened, to testify about what happened before it's too late. I wanted to also add that the hospitals, because of the tremendous discrimination in the medical field, where study after study after study has found that current day medical professionals, far too many, still believe the fiction that Black and brown people do not experience pain at the same degree that their white counterparts do. So I would suggest that every single institution, every structure within the larger framework of our society merits inspection. And if you have subpoena power, then that means that you can call upon each of these industries, each of these institutions, and have them express a kind of accounting of what's happened and their participation in all of this. Thank you.
My experience also has been that for some reason, people think that this is so far away that it doesn't merit discussion, or that it's history. And an example is I was working on a project with the NAACP a number of years ago. And there was a young man there who we were talking about I believe it was the 50th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act or the Civil Rights Act. I'm not sure exactly which one, but, and he said, we've got to get to those people because they're all dying out. And I said, I'm here, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. So there is that feeling that this is history, and it is history, but there are people who still are alive, who are active, and who have memories of those days and of what happened and what their families went through. So I agree with you. I think that's a wonderful idea.
I would encourage the same ideas that Isabel suggested, and also that Lynn Hudson, some of the research that she's talked about, these more recent events. I think that it would take some sort of strategic inquiry to figure out how best to target your subpoena power uses, but I'm certain that there would be employers that could be, from whom records could be sought, that where there's reason to believe that substantial numbers of people were affected by discriminatory policies, and very likely ones that were even illegal at the time. That policies that continued deep into the 1960s and into the 1970s. And I mean, there's been a lot of litigation in which, or attempted litigation in which discriminated against parties would have liked to have been able to have the kind of subpoena power that you have already. And so I think that makes absolute sense. And what Ms. Gorman was just saying about this sense of distance, this false sense of distance, is a very important thing. And these kinds of conversations are so important to that. I know that Isabel's experience is even more so than mine. It's extraordinary when you're out talking to the public about these kinds of things, the people who come up to you afterwards and begin to say that, well, oh yes, now I finally understand that memory I've always carried of the thing that happened one night in 1948 or 1946, when my brother came back from service and we were all scurried out of the house and rushed to a train stop in the dark of the night. And I didn't understand because I was only 6 or I was only 10, but now I understand. And this whole notion that Isabel's been so important in helping everyone to understand of the role of sharecropping as not just as an unpleasant experience for so many people, but as a de facto form of forced labor for so many. It would become difficult to find the targets of subpoena power around some of those events, because they're so informal and the entities don't exist anymore and the people who were doing them may be gone. But in terms of events and police agencies of the 1960s, I would think there would be some real, and the Tulsa race massacre investigations that back in the 90s when Dr. Charles Ogletree at Harvard, led a process of determining very empirically what had happened in Tulsa in 1921. It was ultimately access to some of the records that should have been public to begin with of the state police and the Tulsa city police that was really important. So I do think that you'll end up subpoenaing everyone on the landscape if you're not careful, but with some targeted work, I'm sure you can identify very useful targets of subpoena power.
I'd like to offer one more target that didn't come up in this conversation, I think likely because of compressed time, but economic development. So this is an area where where Black-owned businesses could exist, could not exist, and how land was redeveloped. I think there's certainly going to be valuable information that exists about what guided those decisions and what sort of long-term impacts that had.
And I think that information on some of those things are not that far distanced. For example, when you look at what happened with gentrification and Oak Park, the community I spoke about earlier, as a child, it was a booming business center. And now what has occurred is the same areas that were business centers when it was a Black community are again a business center, except they're not Black. And that happens, I think, in many cities throughout the country, that they allow the cities to totally disintegrate, move the people out, and then the next thing you know, it's a lovely little walk-in community with dogs and baby strollers.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman. I had a follow-up question for Professor Parman. So I had a chance to read all of the meeting materials, and in the meeting materials and in your opening remarks today, you concluded by saying reparations cannot correct for centuries of economic disadvantage if the structures that perpetuated that disadvantage well after emancipation continue to exist. So my question is, can you expand on this proposition? I'm intellectually curious about your work on that part and what those structures may be, and any suggestions for how we can fix
Sure.
them.
Yeah. Suggestions to fix. I'm not certain I've got any magic answers there, but thinking about what my intent there was, focusing on something like, say, this enormous wealth gap that would take generations to close. I mean, even taking generations to close, if these issues with discrimination in the housing market and issues with sort of racial disparities in how land's redeveloped, including with local government action, if that's not fixed, even providing initial, say, housing wealth will not have sustained kind of ability to close that gap, because those types of institutions will once again erode that wealth, right? So I think it takes sort of a constant vigilance to see not just what past policies contribute to the gap, but how policies have continually adapted in ways that have disadvantaged the Black community. And I think that's what you see kind of in the wake of the civil rights movement. That's what you see when you can no longer write racial covenants into deeds, but instead they're replaced with other language about minimum, structure size, only single family homes that are designed to accomplish the same goals. So it's sort of keeping an eye out for how policies evolve in ways that are still targeting the same group. If it's not a constant attention to that, then any one-time transfer will not have kind of the lasting consequences across generations. Just one other example that comes to mind, because this is something we deal with as an institution here at William & Mary and in higher education. Providing access to higher education does not change the demographics of the professors that those students get to interact with, right? That's like an additional important component. And so even if you find ways to provide grants, find ways to get students sort of on the radar of schools and attending those schools, it's only in conjunction with also doing different efforts within the institution to diversify the professorship that those impacts are really going to kind of have the results you want. So I think that's another example of where I think, you know, we can't limit ourselves to focusing on one resource or one transfer. It has to be done in conjunction with these other changes.
Thank you. Thank you,
I'm going
Professor
to dare
Parman.
to
Ms. Gorman?
disagree with him. I say I'm going to dare to disagree with him, and only from experience. My parents never owned a house other than a small plot of land that was deeded to them that we never lived on after we left Texas. I am a homeowner. I've always been a homeowner. Both my sons are homeowners. So are 80% of the people in my family homeowners. There is a strategic planning that has to go along with it. And it can be done. Other groups have done it. We can do it. I think it's just one. But when you say, well, you've got to do this, it's going to take this long, it's going to take 200 years. Yeah, that makes it a little bit difficult. But once you understand that it can be done, which is one of the things I really appreciate about my family, is those, yes, we're descendants of slaves, but it doesn't mean that we can't do this, that, and that. So in that way, I think it's a frame of mind. I think it's looking at what is, and not always going through the system, but how do you do that? And I do think it can be, because I know too many people who have come through that and who now are doing exactly that. So I disagree with you. With respect.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman. I had a question, a two-part question for Ms. Wilkerson. So the first part of my question, I would like for you to speak on and illuminate to the public for educational purposes the Green Book, right? And what that meant to Black families migrating from the South to California. And then also, you know, having the pleasure of reading your book, Cast, I had a question, and pairing that with my own personal knowledge with international law. You know, under international law, reparations comes in 5 forms, which include compensation, restitution, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and then lastly, and more pertinently, guarantees of non-repetition, which is a guarantee from the state or any institution that's implicated to guarantee to stop harming the victim group. So my other question to you is, you know, do you have any thoughts, or would you like to expand upon, because you already hinted on it, but do you have any thoughts on how to ensure that the caste system in this country is finally eradicated? Thank you.
Well, thank you for those questions. In order to understand the meaning of the Green Book, one has to first also understand what it was like to be African American throughout the majority of the time that there's been in the United States, but particularly, you know, once motoring became possible for any American, and to recognize what it meant. I mean, you know, there were sundown towns throughout this country where Black people, if they were making their way, making road trips, they could not be seen in those cities after sunset. There were restrictions everywhere they went. There were in every single state. There were segregated hotels. There were segregated restaurants, and this might have been formal in the South, but then informal in the rest of the country. And if you were African American, you did not know exactly where you might be welcomed or turned away outside of the South. And so it was a perilous journey, if you can imagine, because first of all, people, you know, some of the cars were older, they could break down. There was no guarantee that they'd be able to get help, no guarantee that they'd be able to get any help with a overheating radiator. They ran out of gas. I mean, it was like going out into the wild with no way of being assured of help at any point. And because of essentially the country was closed off to Black people in terms of what it meant to just take a road trip. And so there were certain things that Black families did. I mean, one of the things that people would do, and I think many people, many children of the Great Migration can recall that their parents would wake them up, you know, in the middle of the night, it seemed, in order to make that trip back down south, because they needed to be safe. They wanted to get ahead of whatever might be. They could be stopped on the road by the authorities. They could be asked what they're doing driving a car like that. There were perils at every turn. And so in order to make their way through the country and to find places to eat, find places where they could stay, they relied upon the Green Book, which was created by a man who named Victor Green in New York, who himself was having trouble whenever he would travel. And one of the beautiful things about the first edition of the Green Book was that he said it was his fervent hope that as he embarked upon this business, that the business would no longer be necessary as soon as possible. You know, most business owners do not ever say that, and yet that was his fervent wish, that the Green Book would no longer be necessary. And so the Green Book was a compilation, a directory of the places where a Black person could safely could plot their route in order to know where they could stay for the night, where they could get gas, where they could get a meal, where they could rest. And we should remind people that these places were very they were not formal places. They were very informal. They might have been boarding houses. They may have been rooming houses. It might have been someone who just had, you know, opened up a room for someone in their apartment. It was very random. You didn't know what you were getting. Many of the places were not even in business by the time the Green Book came out, because of the casual, informal nature of the network of places where people could stay. It was both a guidebook and a comfort. It was, you know, obviously this is long before the time of Google Maps and, you know, all the various things that we take for granted. I mean, it's actually, when you think about it, it's kind of terrifying. I mean, there were no cell phones. There was no guarantee of being able to make a phone call if you needed help. That was the era in which the ancestors of many Black people alive today were living under. And so the Green Book was their insurance that they might have a place to stay on the road. When it comes to reparations, and I really appreciated your breakdown of the 5 parameters that need to be met, and I completely 100% agree. Because one of my concerns about reparations, or about the response to reparations, is that there would be resentment, there would be a lack of understanding as to why it's necessary. The majority of Americans do not learn the history that my colleague Doug Blackman has done in his brilliant work. The majority of people do not know the things that many of us who spend so much time in this, know in our bones. And of course, the things that most every African American, because African Americans live this, many Americans do not know of that. And so what I believe needs to happen is, what is essential is to along with the steps toward reparations and those 5 parameters, would be to have education for Americans, so that they would understand why this is necessary, and understand what happened to lead us to the world that we see today. And I think that without an education, without an understanding, I think that this could be seen as special favors, special treatments, special compensation to people who already are seen as undeserving by the nature of the caste system that we're in. A group that's been scapegoated from would be seen as unworthy of anything that the country might seek to do, or that the state might seek to do. So I think that education is absolutely necessary. And I mention one other thing, and that was that, we need to get on the same page about what happened in our country. I spent time looking at Germany because Germany has had to wrestle with and atone for the horrific history of the Third Reich and of World War II. And of the many, many things that they have done, for one thing, when there are monuments, those monuments are to the people who suffered or were killed as a result of what happened at that time. There are no monuments to the people who were the perpetrators of that horror. There is a ban on any image, any representation of the symbolism of that regime. There are many, many monuments and recognition of the contributions of and the centrality of the people who perished in the Holocaust, so that everyone can know what happened and the role that they played and how this all happened, so that when, as you mentioned, this could never happen again. It's a guarantee that this will not happen again. And one of the ways that they do that is they've converted the places of horror into places of memory. And they have not erased the history. They teach the history, and people learn it. Students learn it from the earliest age, where they can begin to understand why one person would be opposed to another person, and it continues on through their education. And I think that education is absolutely necessary in order for a reparations plan to succeed in our country.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilkerson, for those answers to those two questions. I would now like to recognize Ms. Parliamentarian Johnson. Would you like to interject at this time?
I just wanted to make sure you saw Mr. Lewis. Member Lewis's hand was up.
Yes, I was just about to recognize him.
Thank you.
Member Scott Lewis, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair Moore. Thank you, everybody, for your presentations. Ms. Gorman, thank you for telling us your story and your family's story this afternoon. So I have two questions, Chair Moore, if I can ask two questions. The first is directed towards Drs. Hudson, Blackman, and Parman. The second is directed towards Ms. Wilkerson. So the first question, I want to, recognize that in the presentations today, we've seen the sheer scope of the forms of injuries that African Americans have faced in this country. However, what we see is that oftentimes we are looking for very convenient, in many ways, compact ways to give an accounting of the experienced injury. So we right now have heard a lot of discussion and a lot of emphasis on the racial wealth gap. And what we realize is that the racial wealth gap is a means by which we are trying to, effectively give some accounting for a whole scope of injuries that African Americans have been facing for centuries in this country. So I would love to ask the three of you if you, have given any thought, or if you might have any recommendations about how we might find, say, better terminology, right, to represent the scope of injury, right? I think we've seen other programs that have designated several injury areas. INCOBRA has the 5 injury areas, etc. However, we are dealing with a kind of lived experience that sometimes requires, some kind of clarity, right? Some kind of conciseness in the language. And so I just give you a moment while I ask Ms. Wilkerson the question that I have for her, to kind of think about if there's any language, if there's any framework that we might be able to incorporate in order to kind of, accommodate and account for the multiplicity of injuries that African Americans have faced in this country, right? Going from the issues of racial terror to gentrification, right? That would be really helpful, I think, for us as we try and make our way through the myriad ways that African Americans, have continued to experience the injuries and the various forms of disenfranchisement in the United States. And so, Ms. Wilkerson, thank you very much, and thank you for your work. You made a statement earlier, and I might have missed it somewhat, but there was a statement that somewhat seem to look beyond the issue of geography in some of the aspirations of the people who you've researched, right? And the history that you've researched. However, we're dealing with, as the California State Task Force, right? We are dealing with a question that is inherently geographic, right? We're dealing with a question of belonging effectively. A lot of state organizers are trying to think very particularly about the geographic relations that African American people in this state have to the very histories that you've laid out and to the various injuries that all of you have mentioned today. And so I would just love for you to, and perhaps Ms. Gorman as well, could give us a little bit of insight about how can we think about the kind of qualifications of belonging, of attachment of Black people to the state, right? So we heard yesterday from a gentleman who is a fifth-generation Californian, right? We heard in public comment today one individual who said that someone should be in the state at least 5 to 7 years to qualify for reparation. So again, we're dealing with this issue of scope, right? How do we accommodate for belonging, right? And therefore, how do we accommodate for qualification on the basis of these geographic relationships? And I think, Ms. Wilkerson and Ms. Gorman, you both have, your respective perspectives here that will give us a lot of insight as to how we can actually understand what it means to be Black in California and what it means, therefore, to qualify for reparations from the state of California. Thank you.
I guess you wish for me to go first.
I asked the first question to give the first group some time to think. So I was going to ask you to go second, unless the first group, needs some more time to consider, and you be gracious enough to go first. But by any means, whomever is prepared to answer, please feel free.
I'd be happy to say a little bit on your first question. So one thing that strikes me is we fall back on wealth and income because it's easy for people to make comparisons, right? It's easy for people to comprehend that. And I think what's clear is that it's not specifically about your actual income, your actual wealth. It's just one of the few metrics we have that we think people have agreement on. But one of the things I mentioned, in my comments was what was driving people out of the South. Certainly the bulk of it wasn't just finding a higher wage, right? It was the horrible living conditions in the South under Jim Crow and the violence and all of that. And so I think you need to find a way where you can put a figure on that people understand. And I think it still reverts back to things like income, but you have to think about it as, it takes a pretty big income jump for other people to decide to move across a region, right? That's a huge thing to do to pull up your roots. And so I think you can find these alternative scenarios where that gives you a way to put a magnitude on how the non-monetary conditions were in the South, right? If it takes a certain amount of income to get somebody else who's leaving kind of normal living conditions to move somewhere else, right? That gives you a lower bound on how painful that was. And I think another way to approach that with all these other injuries over time, all these other ways that discrimination has affected the African American population is turn to more modern data where we do have things like lawsuits. We do have things like settlements for issues that aren't just about income, they aren't just about wealth. But that gives a way to translate those types of injuries into this language that I think people have a better sense of how to compare across situations. So that was just the first immediate thought that came to my head on that.
If I could just jump in, because John, you made me think of something that I thought would be a great example. One of the first Black Californians to address this issue in courts, that is the damages of discrimination, was Mary Ellen Pleasant, the Black abolitionist who sued the North Beach Mission Railroad Company and in 1866 initially won her case, arguing that she suffered in mind and body from the discrimination of not being picked up as a Black rider, even though she was at the corner with her ticket ready to pay, again in 1866. She lost that on appeal, and I'm sure many of the lawyers in this group will know that it was deemed that it wasn't possible to measure the damages, so therefore she couldn't be rewarded $500 in damages, and that just made me think about, as you're saying, how do we come up with another kind of, this is a great question, another kind of way of measuring the damages of race, hate, discrimination, segregation. At first when you asked it, I fell back on it, sort of historians like, well, there's social damage, political damage, cultural damage, economic damage. Maybe we could use those. Maybe that could be. But of course, they all overlap. And so that leaves us in a muddle again. And then, I think very much about the excellent work by feminist scholars about intersectionality and the fantastic work of Movement for Black Lives that always reminds us that damages can always involve many categories. You could be discriminated against for being Black and female and in poverty, working class. So really, I can't answer this question, but I think it's a great one. I think because it involves so much overlap. Maybe you just have to face that and just deal with that. Face that up front. But I wish I could be more helpful.
I would say that another metric that that has come up, but we haven't really explored as much, is the issue of health. We're talking about wealth because that's easily measurable, or it's more easily measurable. And I think that data is really important in establishing the parameters. And of course, there are many, many people who are doing research in this. This is not my area. The calculation about what the debt is, the calculation about the monetary aspects of this is not something that's my area. But I would say that we can, in some ways, if someone were really wanting to look at this, we could measure the damage in terms of health. African Americans, I would say especially African American health vis-a-vis versus the health of West Africans. I had I interviewed this man who was from Nigeria. He was in his 50s, and that was relevant. He was telling me about how he'd just come back from the doctor, and he'd gotten the diagnosis of diabetes and of high blood pressure. And he said it was very shocking to him because he did not expect that would be the diagnosis. But also his father, who was in his 90s back in Nigeria, did not have high blood pressure, did not have diabetes. He was quite healthy. And in other words, the son, living in the United States as a Black man, which is what he said, living in the United States for 30 years as a Black man had literally measurably affected his health to such a degree that he was in worse health than his own father. And a lot of the times when we talk about disparities in health, when we speak of Black people in this country, there's often this subtext that suggests that there's something that they're doing wrong. There's something that, it has to do with lifestyle or food or whatever. But there are many things that actually connect back to slavery. There are many things that connect back to what does discrimination do to the human body? What does discrimination do to it? It shortens the telomeres, that this is measurable effect, this is the measurable damage to Black people with their health. So I think that, one of the things that I would include as part of what would be folded into any reparations effort would be things having to do with health. I mean, when you think about the contributions that enslaved people against their will made to our understanding of medicine, all the experimentation on Black people from enslaved women who had suffered surgeries without anesthesia and without consent, in the 1800s during the time of enslavement. When you think about what happened in Tuskegee and everything in between, African Americans, it could be argued, should not have to face additional costs to maintain their health, because the poor health of many, many Black people is the result of the structure and of what I call the caste system of our country that has made it such that people moving through the world, in the subjugated group, are treated in a certain way, are excluded in a certain way, face pressures that may not be there for other people. Now, of course, everyone has health issues, but these are measurable differences that I think are relevant as a metric in seeking to repair, because reparations is about repairing. It's about repairing. And one last thing about this is that the lifespan of Black people is, of course, is lower than their white counterparts. And I want to emphasize white counterparts, so that a college-educated Black person will have a lower life expectancy than their white counterpart, who's also a college graduate, but also has there's some studies that show that that Black people who have a college degree actually have a lower life expectancy than some white people with only a high school diploma. So these are measurable disparities that are matters of life and death, and that to me are just as important as the focus on wealth, which is important as well, of course.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkerson. I would like to now recognize Member Grills, who has a question. I think that Member Grills stepped away. Does any other task force members have a question or comment for our speakers today? I have a final question. And this, oh, I cannot. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
Sorry to interrupt you, Chair Moore.
I'm glad. Go ahead.
Thanks and a comment. I want to thank each of the witnesses for their testimony. I really agree with Lisa Holder. I'm overwhelmed also. The comprehensiveness of the oppression that you just summarized in a little bit is breathtaking. And just a suggestion maybe for us as task force members, that as we hear this powerful testimony, I'm wondering if parts of it can end up in, I'll call them mini documentaries, where we can more easily through social media and other ways amplify what each of you just talked about. And not only the capturing of the personal stories, but the historical analysis, and primarily connecting the dots between then and now. You know, the history that you've outlined, which is a horror show, and then the current impact, because I think, as Elizabeth Wilkerson has said, education is just critical. And we need to do it in a way, of course, through these hearings and listening sessions that we're going to have, but also in ways that we could circulate snippets of your testimony, maybe the most salient and compelling parts on a specific topic. And maybe that could be part of the product that the Reparations Task Force does. And maybe when we get to the point of getting a communications expert that could actually advise on how to, get that out and distribute it. It could be through, schools, colleges, universities, but faith community, community organizations. So this is really bouncing around the environment, your statements, your testimony. So I would just suggest that as a comment to us, and I want to thank each of the witnesses. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Tamaki. I see Member Grills is back on, so I wanted to give Member Grills an opportunity to ask a question if she would like to at this time.
Thank you. I lost power. I see what we're at or past time. So I will just perhaps after lunch when we come back, just for the record, state my questions, because there's no way there's time to answer them at this point. And perhaps those questions could be shared with our panelists in case they have thoughts they would like to share back at a later time.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, it's 1:02. I would like to thank on behalf of all of the task force members of our expert testimony providers, and for Ms. Gorman, who provided personal testimony. We really appreciate you all taking the time out of your busy schedules to provide some very amazing information and well-needed information to task force members and the members of the public. So again, at this time, it's 1:03. We will convene to lunch, but I did want to ask the task force members now, before we convene to lunch, if they would be open to either shaving off 15 minutes from the lunch schedule or shaving off time from the break so that we can further discuss the October agenda. And so if any task force members have any strong opinions as to whether we should shave off time and whether it's the lunch period or the break period, feel free to make those comments known now.
I prefer the break.
Yes, I too would waive the break as well.
Okay, great. Okay. Oh, either. Okay, so we will waive the break and we'll resume after lunch at 2 o'clock. So our lunch will remain an hour. So thank you all, and I will see you all at 2. Task force members, please come back to your devices 10 minutes before 2. Thank you.
Amend the Mass Media Group is California Capital's premier YouTube channel focused on reparations, dedicated to political advocacy and unapologetically aimed at shining a spotlight on our righteous justice claim for reparations. Tune in to ETM Media Group YouTube channel Tuesdays at 9 p.m. PST.
We do show intros, show outros, voiceover, script copy, 15 and 30-second promos. Check us out at etmmediagroup.com. That's etmmediagroup.com for more info and updates and to get involved.